Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, obviously I'm a little bit excited today. Indeed, that's the whole point of the stream. I have just found out today, had it confirmed, that you can now pre-order the Rookery's first actual proper board game release. So this is now going to be an actual thing, not just this nice little sample copy that I have. And if I twist it like that, you might see the nice reflective bits on the surface. It's really nice. Anyway, so I'm going to be discussing that a little bit later. Not going to be starting off with that. I'm also going to be inevitably pouring myself a little drink on this stream because it's just super nice to finally be able to say you can pre-order our game. Mark and I have been working like absolute bar stewards behind the scenes, pardon me, putting this all together. And obviously working with all the other folks that were involved with bringing this game together. People like, Andy Chambers and Lindsay and Andy and everybody else that have got us to this place. I can hardly be happier. So anyway, today, what are we doing? Well, beyond me just relaxing, if you have any questions about anything at all that I'm involved with in any way, shape, or form, feel free to throw them out. So if you've got a pressing Warhammer lore question, drop it in. If you've got yourself a nice question about LAWhammer and exactly how it got to where it is today, feel free. You want to know about rules on anything that I've been working on, drop it in. You want to know about good old Darky Deeds and exactly what it is? I'm obviously in a pretty good place to be discussing that too. I'll obviously go more into depth with Dark Deeds a little bit later because I am beyond excited. So a few caveats, as is often the case with these streams right at the beginning. If you're watching this later, thanks so much for dropping by. If you wish to pre-order Dark Deeds, you can do so down in the YouTube comments. It's got the links to both the US and the UK hubs where you can actually pick up the game. If you want to know more about the game, I'm inevitably going to talk a bit at least about it later. Beyond that, if you're watching us live, hi, great to see you. I'm about to pour myself a drink. If you've got any questions, do drop them in the comments. If any super chats come in, I will give them priority because, well, obviously they're super chats and that's super nice of them. So I will bring those up and I'll bring them to the fore. Any other than that, I'm losing it already. I'm half asleep. Let's bring up just a question. Hey, Andy, given everything in Warhammer is bigger, it's true. Everything in Warhammer is dialed up to 11. You take a hat in Warhammer and it becomes a hat. How many yards are there in Imperial miles? So this is actually really funny. Really funny, in fact, because this was an actual discussion that was had on more than one occasion, and it was left undefined on purpose. And it's because in real life, particularly when you go back in time, the definition of distance changed according to where you were in the world. And the word mile even meant different things in different places. So rather than actually define it, I simply marked it on most maps as imperial miles, meaning that it could be exactly the same as normal miles with the same 1,700 and whatever yards per mile. Or alternatively, it could be really something quite different, with each mile perhaps being, I don't know, a league, the equivalent of some 3 miles. So it was purposely left so that individual GMs could actually scale the maps according to their own preferences. So we didn't define it intentionally. So that's not much of an answer, but it's the truth. Hey, Singe Master. Thanks for asking the question. It's a super nice one. I'm going to be taking that one up in probably about 15 minutes. I'm going to pour myself a drink first before I actually get down to discussing the Darky Deeds size. But I'm almost certainly going to be discussing Dark Deeds, what it is, so that you all actually know. Mark and I are intending on doing a stream on Saturday with the Rookery, where we're going to be discussing not just Dark Deeds, but how Dark Deeds can be incorporated into things like role-playing games. For any of you out there that have watched LAWhammer, you'll be aware that I sometimes use mini games, but when I'm not streaming games live, I use a lot of mini games. And by that I mean I have other little games that I play while we're also role-playing. And Dark Deeds is a perfect example of exactly the sort of game that you can add to your games if you want to do so. On the Warhammer side, for example, instead of it being set in the fantasy city that it's set, it's a big fantasy port city called Anthrad. And instead of that, it could instead be Altdorf. And you're playing various gang members working for a mysterious gang leader or some equivalent. And will I be doing that with the LAWhammer game? Damn freaking straight I will. So I'll be going on to a little bit more about that. A touch on the later side. R.A. Cameron drops in. Hey, nice to see you there. Do you have any species traits for non-human characters for LAWhammer available to public? Yes, they're over in Discord already. I posted them a couple of times, explaining what the various rules are for each one of the species that we play with in our game. They're the standard ones you get inside Law and Warhammer. I'm going to change it slightly here so I'm not just a floating head. There we go. That makes me look a little bit taller. I was just sort of sitting there like a little Chad sitting on the wall there. So, yeah, they're over in Discord. If you ping me over there, I'll almost certainly be able to drop in a link for where it is. I'll have to go find it again, but they definitely have been posted more than once. We changed how the species work in our game for a variety of reasons, mostly because we wanted to add more options. So you'll find each one of the various character types have got heritages, which is basically a different way of saying, where do you come from? So if you're human, do you come from Middenland, or do you come from the Reichland, or even Tilia or Bretonia or whatever? If you are a gnome, for example, do you come from Nomendinas? Do you come from Glimdwaro? Do you come from any one of the other various gnome boroughs that we use in our game? If you're an ogre, are you one of those great meandering man-eaters? Do you come from way beyond over the mountains of Morn, or do you come from somewhere else? And we've got heritages set up for all of that. And that in turn changes the various skills that you get access to through as you play. Hopefully that is loosely what you were asking for there. If not, do drop in my Discord and I will be dropping more there. And yet your joke has led to interesting information. Be proud. I'm not actually sure. Oh, you're speaking to somebody else there. Sorry, Singe Master. Here we go. If you had to turn one of the LAWhammer PCs into a dwarf, who would it be and why? So this is an ongoing thing with our game that we're streaming online for LAWhammer, where we don't have a dwarf. And we originally did have a dwarf, and that very dwarf was in our last episode. She, sadly, the person who was going to be playing her, had personal commitments that she couldn't break free from. So she didn't get to play, and we didn't have a dwarf in our party, and that was sad, because we originally were going to have that, but we got different cards instead. Now, which one of them is most dwarf-like in terms of their overall approach to everything that they do? I would probably say that's Elric. He can be particularly stubborn, and has a stubborn streak that is quite beyond the rest of the parties. He's certainly got the most dwarfy traits, but he does not deal with confrontation at all well in the way that, for example, dwarfs do. So he's not very dwarfy in general. He's like 5%, 10% dwarf in comparison to some others. Leopold is not exactly the most dwarfy, but one of the reasons Leopold is in the party is because of the... In fact, I'll arc it back just slightly there and say all of our characters were designed to fit into the enemy within campaign, which means that we made certain choices concerning who would be comprising the party and what skills that they would definitely have in place. And in some respects, you could argue that Leopold is the backup dwarf. And by that, I mean, he's got a bit of dwarf lore, he can speak their language, and that means that should they ever get themselves into a position where there's a lot of dwarf stuff around them, he's in a place where he can say, that means this text says this, I can translate this, it means this, meaning that certain pieces of information that I, as a GM, would prefer the players to have access to can be passed over. Normally, I would have obviously preferred to have the dwarf, because then it would have had a deeper meaning, a deeper resonance, but I'm quite happy with it as it currently stands. So loosely, if I had to turn one of them into a dwarf, which one would it be and why? Well, if I turned Elric into a dwarf, he would lose his magic, so that wouldn't be fun. Birdie as a dwarf would be very amusing, although it wouldn't really fit with her background very well. The father could do the dwarf thing much more easily than some others. Gerhardt would be surprisingly decent, actually, under it require quite a bit of change, but yeah, it could possibly work. So I'd probably go Elric, just to really annoy him and get rid of all of his magic. Because, hey, that would make it super fun when we throw a Chaos Sorcerer at them or something. Rely on someone like Alamenoise to do Dispelling. Not a good start. What were the colours used for Sudenland in your home game? I have forgotten off the top of my head, and I do have this written down. I've got it down. It's, I'm going to make it up, and I don't want to make it up. Let me come back to that for you, Arthur Fisher. I definitely have it Nope, it's fled my mind. So I don't want to just simply make it up. It's not the colors of Solon, so we don't have all our golds and similar. It's a completely different southern province, which does it have yellow in it? Oh, this is really, really annoying. I will go fetch out and I'll go pop it over onto our Discord. So dive into our Discord there. We can hopefully go. We got a couple of super chats, so I'm going to move over to those. But don't worry if you've got other questions. I will try and get to the other ones. If we get lots of super chats, I will do a quick dive through and all the other questions every once in a while, just to make sure that we do try to answer as much of your questions as possible. And Manslayer, Gotrek gave away one of his gold bracelets to rebuild a bar. Why is this so significant? Right, so there's lots of ways that we could approach this. I don't like making definitive answers for stuff like this. I actually watched, of all things, a really nice video with, of all people, Seal. Now, you might not know Seal. He did a lot of music through the course of the 90s. Some relatively famous songs. Starting off with good old Killer when he was with Adamski. Was it Adamski? I forget. Doesn't really matter. And he popped up because people are asking about the lyrics for one of his songs. And they said, I was listening to it, the kiss from the grave on the, what does this all mean? What words did you use? And he said, well, what did you hear? The person replied, well, I heard something like this and this, so does that mean this? And he'd say, well, what do you think? And he basically never answered any questions on behalf of others because he much preferred the author to be taken away in a sort of Roland Barthes death of the author type way, in that he much preferred the songs to mean what they meant to the individual listeners. And somewhat similarly here, I don't like trying to impose meaning on somebody else's book. As in, I don't want to say Gotrek was thinking this and it was so significant because of what it meant to him personally and yada, yada, yada. I much prefer people, particularly when it comes to fiction, to come up with their own answers for that and the things that they think are important. Particularly because when it comes to things like role-playing games, for example, you're going to need to decide what your own world is like, exactly how it works and how your slayers work and how they don't work. And I don't like telling other people how to run their games. For all, I run a very, let's say, expansive and unique sort of game of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Much of it is very much non-canonical in that the greater canon of Games Workshop's books does not suggest what we're doing. I am taking it in my own direction on purpose. Now, if I've been responsible for writing all of the enemy within, some of the directions that I've taken with the campaign we're playing online would have gone into the campaign, but only some of them, because I'm not constrained by the need to work within the creative bubble that Games Workshop has created. I can do whatever I want because it's my own personal game. That's how it works, isn't it, when you're at home? So in somewhat of a similar situation here, the real answer to this is, why is it so significant? For you, what do you think is its greatest significance? And I know that's a real cop-out, but for me, that's a much better answer because it makes you think about the setting more. It makes you think about Gotrek. It makes you think about the things that he's carrying and why they're important. It makes you think about his entire life, about his backstory, about everything that it is to be Gotrek Gurnison. And the moment that you start doing that, you're thinking about the greater character in a far better way. If I just go, it's this, 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 you go, okay, that's cool, and you just move on. So that is Durthu's manservant, where I would generally begin. I obviously have my own answers for my game, and if that's what you want, ping me over in Discord and I'll give a quick answer for my game. But my answer for this one really is, what does that mean for the Gotrek in your games or the stuff that you play, and how personal are these items that he's using? That's a weirdly cop-out answer, and I didn't mean it to be when I started. I'm curious, which Chaos God is your favorite? Now, this vacillates for me wildly. I really enjoy playing Tzeentch. Tzeentch is an exceedingly fun deity to put in place. The architect of fate who literally knows everything. How can you not enjoy doing that? But the arrogance and the fragmented nature of that god and the internal interscene warfare that comes along with it is just too much fun not to enjoy. Slaanesh, I particularly enjoy, but that's largely because so many people have got such a strong focus on the teenage giggly parts of Slaanesh that it's really fun to do something different with it and to constantly undermine people's expectations. The chaos god of excess, and exactly what that means, can go in many different directions, whether that's the more Cenobite style of Slaanesh that is often a focus for some people, or whether that's the more nobility use of Slaanesh, or whether that's the more addict side of what Slaanesh could represent, or any of various other things as well. I do quite enjoy that god because of that. Nurgle, I tend to find, gets sidelined a lot. I've enjoyed using Nurgle a fair bit, but because of the very nature of the god, you tend to find that it's relatively fatal to use to any great degree and keep it within the remit that the god has. Disease is bad, and it's disgusting, and it's horrible. Meaning that I tend to use Nurgle a little bit more lightly because it really, if you use it in any realistic fashion in your games, screws up a party, or you just have to pretend that all the things that would really screw them up sort of doesn't happen, and that's a bit bullshit. I would rather keep the full horror of Nurgle front and center. So I use Nurgle a little bit more lightly. The Nurgle cults, of course, can manifest in a variety of ways, but still, again, And finally, good old Khorne. Khorne for me is always a favorite because Khorne is not, at least for me, the character that's often presented in many people's versions of the Blood God, where they tend to just fall back on frenzied lunatics. And I prefer to go for a far more varied, layered, and complicated version of the god. None of the cults would really work if that was the case. So Khorne cares not from whence the blood flows can really manifest in lots of different ways. But if I'm just to build it down to what's my favorite to actually use, it's a toss-up between Slaanesh and Tzeentch, for both very different reasons. If I'm playing Elven campaign, Slaanesh really wins and rules the roost, because it's just beautiful. If I'm playing just normal campaigns, Tzeentch tends to edge it sometimes. I find Nurgle a touch too dangerous to use in most, and Khorne is super fun, but tends to be found out quite quickly. Okay, next, Laughing God. Hey, Laughing God. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hey, Andy. I pre-ordered Dark Deeds. Yay! Dark Deeds! Of course, that's why I'm doing my stream today. He's pre-ordered Dark Deeds, and whenever someone brings up Dark Deeds, I am almost certainly going to mention this every single time. If you'd like to pre-order our game, Dark Deeds, you can do so by just popping down into the... I think it's sitting down on YouTube. It won't be over on Twitch if you're watching over on Twitch. But if you're on YouTube, you can just pop down and check inside, not the comments, but the video description, and you'll find links to do so. Anyway, I'm looking forward to playing it with my friends and family. It is super fun. Quick question. In Warhammer, do humans live longer on average than humans in our world? So this is an interesting question and a fascinating one, because the Warhammer world is definitely quite unlike the real world. There's a couple of things to say to begin with. Its year is longer. It's got 400 days. It does not have 365, 6, or whatever. Its days are longer. They last 24 hours, but those 24 hours are almost certainly a touch longer than real world equivalents. Now, this is glossed over everywhere, but loosely speaking, the Warhammer world dials everything up to 11. Everything's a bit bigger. The world is bigger, the sun is bigger and a bit hotter, the solar system is bigger, the number of star signs, there's more of those. Loosely speaking, Warhammer just keeps on cranking it up until the hats are so big that they blot out the sun. So, do they live longer? On a basic fundamental level, if they live for the same length of time, if humans, that is, live for the same length of time as humans live in the real world, the answer is definitively yes. Which then leads on to the next question. Why? There's a host of magical reasons for why. There's also a host of magical reasons for why certain diseases would be much more virulent as well, but also perhaps more survivable because of the very nature of the gyron that might be moving through the body, supporting both sides. So they do live longer. And not only that, certain magical individuals can live much, much longer. Now, that manifests through certain types of magic. You tend to find that some old jade wizards and light wizards are often described as being very old, easily hitting 100, 120, 130 without necessarily too much difficulty. You tend to find that their most likely cause of death is violence or some equivalent, where actual old age tends to come relatively slow for them. There's in-game a host of different reasons for why this is the case. Some of them apply, some of them are contradictory, some of them... there are so many different ways you could tackle it, but loosely, humans can live far longer than the simple 60 to 70 years you might expect. But life expectancy is also super low in many parts of the Empire. They don't have modern medicine, but they do have magic. And they not only have magic, they have various divine, let's say, responses to the perils of, say, childbirth and disease, meaning that it's quite possible that where in the real world, everyone just starts dying, in the Warhammer world, they have ways around all of the same level of horror. Having said that, they have much, much, much worse, let's say, real-world circumstances to deal with, whether it's the various beastmen in the forest, greenskins, or whatever else. Those islands of civilization surrounded by the wildness that wishes to attack. So, yes, on average, if they were left to their own devices, humans live longer in the Warhammer world empirically. This is something that is generally completely glossed over by most writers because it's a pain in the arse to actually think about. When you go, wait a minute, my 16-year-old character, they're actually probably about 18 or 19. So wait a minute, when you get doomed at the age of 10, does that mean you're actually about 11 or 12? Or possibly even older? Okay, this is complicated. Let's not think about it. So most of them just simply don't. Loosely speaking, humans live as long as you wish them to in your setting. If you want just a very blanket answer for why they live longer, I know it sounds ridiculous, but just magic. Hey, Hammond! What did the rooster say to the dwarf that killed his chicken wife? I'm not going to look at the answer. I don't know. Write his name on the book. Hammond. Hammond. Hey, my dad is Callum. Thank you very much. Super appreciate it. Also, super appreciate for that one, Hammond. What has been an in-universe reason for Dawi having coloured metal armor as an Games Workshop example? Red Gromwell, Ironbreakers, and Iron Drake. So this is fun. More fun than possibly you immediately expect. I had an argument about this about 15 years ago concerning argument is really strong. I had a strongly worded conversation with a writer who was attempting to say that dwarves effectively wouldn't, and was attempting to use justifications of, what were the justifications against something like they're very practical people. This is an impractical thing. Why would they do the colorings other than to? And I was like, stop! Just stop. They're tinkerers. Now, they're not tinkerers in the classic sense of, like a gnome sitting in a workshop tinkering away on tiny little devices. They're much more like old men sitting in their garden shed, doing the thing that they want to do, grumbling away whenever they're interrupted. I had a lovely conversation with Gav Thorpe literally about this, where Gav and I were discussing how dwarves can manifest in different ways. So in-universe reasons for having colored metal armors are as simple as the following. They are representing hold colors or clan colors. So they are looking to build up the fraternity of their community and to fit in with everybody else while being still an individual. Or alternatively, this is the armor that they have been working away at that came from their ancestor maybe 4 or 5 generations back, and they're attempting to bring it back to its original glory. And the original glory may no longer match hold colors or clan colors or anything else, but he'll be damned if he doesn't honor the ancestor. So he's got himself a set of armor that is different. There are as many reasons for why they would choose to have different colors as there are situations that you can imagine for a dwarf being particularly attached to one thing or another. It could be to honor someone, perhaps somebody who had died, who has a particular way of expressing themselves, and he is looking to he's looking to honor that in what he does. So he might change a plate of his armor to constantly honor that friend, companion, person who possibly saved his life, or something similar. Dwarves are very, very honor bound, but they are also quite grumpy and individualistic. So for every time that somebody says you should do X, there's going to be quite a few dwarves who grumble away saying, no, we should do Y, do something really quite different. They are naturally argumentative and can sometimes get really quite belligerent with their argumentative nature. In-universe reasons are the most obvious ones, which are they are looking to honor someone else. And that's it in its simplest terms. And that'll often be a noble, a clan, an ancestor, somebody that is important to them. And that's the cleanest examples that you can get. Now, if you're going for a whole regiment of them, for example, I want to paint my Ironbreakers red, then it's about building up a reason for your Ironbreakers to be that color. Perhaps they were part of a military action that took place several years ago and they are honoring the death of someone. Maybe that's why we're going red, to symbolize the blood, or perhaps the success of someone or a heroic action. And they themselves have all decided that they will honor that individual who's no longer with them. You tend to find that if you're looking for a reason with dwarves, always look for the word honor and you will almost certainly get there. Hey, Phil5991. Hey, Andy. Hiya. Could you talk about my favourite Imperial province, Nordland and Ostermark, particularly why they aren't electors in the RPG? Yeah, sure. Right, so, first things first. Nordland and Ostermark in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1, so we're going back to the late 80s now, were not grand provinces. The word grand is what's important here. If it's got grand in front of it, that means they get an electoral vote. There are a multiple other grand provinces in this era that weren't, when you reach Warhammer 8, grand provinces anymore. I'll give some examples. Middenheim is a grand province in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1. Middenland is also a grand province, so that's 2 votes. 1 for Middenheim and 1 for Middenland. And that's what the political situation as it was first ever created was. Now, Nordland to the north was under the control of Middenheim. Middenheim had conquered it in the past, and they had absolute control and authority over that area. As to when it was conquered and came underneath their control is a matter of some, let's say, debate. Some more recent books have given some stories for that. When we were building the politics for it, it was supposed to have been Boris Todbringer that literally kicked living crap out of Nordland and brought it underneath his father's control when his father was the Elector Count of Middenheim, and that Nordland was in a semi sort of independent half state, with parts of it being run by Ostland, other parts of it not, and it was in a effectively provincial area with its taxes going to Altdorf, the capital, but even then often getting lost along the way. There was a whole story building there, particularly with the Nixa House Nixa, and the other primary family, which name just suddenly escapes. The Gaussers, of course. The Gaussers. How could I forget the Gaussers? House Gausser. Where the Nixas being in almost complete control and wanting to be Elector Counts. So there's a whole story that was going to be built there. Similarly, Ostermark had been kicked in by Talabek land and Talabheim at multiple points in the past, particularly during the Attilian era. So that's when Empress Attilia declared herself separate from the rest of the empire and basically went, Talabheim and Talabek land is now independent from the rest of the empire. This is about 1,000 years or so ago from the current timeline. And then banned Sigmarism not that long after. There was a couple of really big campaigns that she won. And over the course of time, Hochland fell underneath its control. Ostland fell underneath its control. Ostermark fell underneath its control. It's fair to say that most of the territories around that area were at some point or another part of the Attilian Empire. And that was completely separate to the electoral emperors that were grounded in and around Marienburg, Nuln, and Altdorf. Don't think of Altdorf as the capital. That's a recent thing. It was other cities that were holding that capital more frequently. So Ostermark was underneath the control of Talabek land. And in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1, Talabek land and Talabheim are 2 different grand provinces. Talabheim rules the city of Talabheim itself, the surrounding territory, and Hochland to the north, which it had conquered in the past. And Talabek land rules the League of Ostermark, over on the Ostermark side, which is why it's not a grand province. Now, the story of the enemy within was supposed to tell the story of what happens to the Empire when it moves from the shape that it was in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1 through a big conflict and becomes depending upon what your PCs do, the Warhammer of Warhammer 8th edition, which is also the Warhammer of Warhammer 4th edition, 5th edition, 6th edition, and 7th edition, and also Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2 and 3. So Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4 was telling the story of how Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1 became Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4. So loosely speaking, that's why they're not electors at that point. I hope that answered your question there. Crow312. What dictates the level of sentience and power level of undead? Yeah, this is a complicated question. What are the differences between zombies, skeletons, graveyard, Necron warriors? Right, so there's a lot of differences here. And it all depends to a degree on the spells that were used to resurrect them. The great summonings literally can bring up undead either entirely underneath the control of the necromancer responsible for doing it, or if the spell's interrupted as it was with Nagash, not entirely underneath his control, granting sentience far more broadly than expected. So loosely, and this is super loose, the level of sentience and the power level of the undead relies upon the amount of magic that is being incorporated into it, and whether the actual soul of the entity that is being resurrected is brought back into the housing, the corpus, the body, the skeleton, the zombie, or whatever else. Now, does that soul need to have a brain? No, because the memories and the thoughts are not held in the brain alone. The soul itself carries them. Do you need to have the external soul part? Yeah, kinda. If you don't have that, you're going to be in trouble. Vampires are a slightly different kettle of fish. Vampires are created through a particular process, which basically grounds them as material creatures without that external soul part. That external soul part is either absorbed into the body or pretty much kicked out, depending on which story you read. So, at its loosest level, the level of sentience and power level of the undead is the amount of magic used and also the sort of spell used. Some spells grant complete control and authority by the necromancer over the area. Other spells don't. They summon back individuals that you can actually speak to. There's one other thing that's worth mentioning as well, and that is that a variety of undead can wake up basically under their own volition. So they just pretty much get up. Skeletons, hi, I'm here. Now, this shouldn't happen if a priest of Mor has done the correct rites. But if the priest of Mor has not done the correct rites or were not blessed, so there was no actual divine intervention here, various skeletons can raise back up if there's enough Shyish, and not necessarily just Shyish. Shyish is the purple wind of magic, which is the wind of death. But if you're in an area where that's swirling round, it's quite possible, particularly when the wind swells, that it will cause certain things to animate. And if there's a lot of Hysh in the area as well, Hysh is the white wind of magic, which comes along with intellect. It's quite possible some of them will wake up with minds loosely intact because of the amount of Hysh that's in the area. The combinations of the wind that lie behind the reason that this particular construct, undead, zombie, whatever, is waking up is going to significantly influence the state of affairs that it finds itself in. So the answer here is, sadly, it massively varies according to circumstances, and there is no consistent answer. And to make a consistent answer would make the Warhammer world much less interesting. It would mean that every single time all skeletons that came back would be stupid, or all zombies that came back would be mindless. Now, they mostly are, but sometimes they're not. And that's what makes the Warhammer world interesting, the fact that there is a certain level of granularity to it all. It's not just a one-on, one-off type thing. Super nice, fun question. I like that one. Thanks, Crow. Glyca or Glyke? Hey, Andy. Hiya. Will you please bestow upon the good chat the legend of Commander Morgan Burhart and the Grudge Fingers? I love Commander Morgan Bernhardt. I am going to put my hand in my heart and say that I have played the games where Morgan Bernhardt feature to death. So Shadow of the Horned Art and Dark Omen. And I have played them end to end, played the individual battles far too often. I played them on multiple platforms. The game plays like ass these days, and it makes me completely sad, but I still kind of, I'm happy to play them every once in a while. Just last year, I pulled out my Shadow of the Horned Rat game, gave it a go. It was on PlayStation, and it was freaking awful. Just terrible. And I adored every single last moment of it. I won't go into any great depth here, Glyca, for all that would be super fun, because it could just turn into me waxing lyrical about good old Morgan Bernhardt for hours. But loosely speaking, he's a mercenary commander with his own mercenary outfit called the Grudgebringers, and they wander around getting into all sorts of scrapes, which are basically a bunch of linked battles inside the 2 games that they featured in. And the stories are fun. You get to meet good old Karl Franz in there. There's some really fun asides with a bunch of interesting characters, including an ice shaman who's male, going against the later stuff that we wrote when we went into Realm of the Ice Queen, although we did leave a caveat allowing that character to still exist. And you'll meet pretty much the Warhammer world as you know it today, because for all the games are truly ancient, they were all cast after all the major changes were done in the Warhammer world, and the Warhammer world sort of hit a point of stagnancy where it didn't really change that much after that. It was almost unchanged for a good 20 odd years or so. So if you ever do go back to those old games, you will find that they are super fun, and they also influence modern games. Good old, I don't want to add too many spoilers, but one of the characters in Vermintide is directly related through to Commander Morgan Bernhardt. And I love it. I just love it. I love that. I love playing Vermintide because of that. Those little links make everything fun and shows that the people that were making Vermintide were proper fans of the game. They were properly interested in making something that would appeal to not just new players, which it very much did, but also old players as well, with all those little Easter eggs that were sitting in there. But cut a long story short, they are an incredibly characterful mercenary commanded group. They make their way through the Border Princes, over towards the Empire, up towards Helmgart. Oh, there's some good undead battles up there. And they get themselves into all manner of scrapes, and you will find everything from steam tanks to bright wizards to all manner of different units, more undead you can shake a stick at, and a lot of Skaven. Super, super fun. I love those games, and it's very likely that my good old Commander Morgan Bernhardt will pop up in LAWhammer at some point, because the second that the Empire moves towards a potential war state, and if you are watching the LAWhammer games, you'll know that our games are probably heading towards pure, proper civil war. The second that happens, all the mercenary groups start drifting into the area to hopefully get their next paycheck. And one thing that will almost certainly be the case, Morgan Bernhardt will probably be on the Emperor's side, because he was in the past. Hey, Sam Alden. Happy Dark Deeds pre-order day! Dark Deeds pre-order day! Dark Deeds pre-order day! If you're watching on YouTube, go down into the video description and click on the pre-order link so you can go pre-order yourself. I'll talk about Dark Deeds very, very soon. Eventually, my players will go through the past of the old ones. Oh, interesting. Any good tips on what the strange place has within and how to navigate it? Yes, so the past of the old ones, for those of you that don't know, are routes. How to sum it in a succinct way. They are routes through the aether. If you wish to, you could call that the warp. If you wish, you could call that the realm of chaos. If you wish, you could call it the divine realms, that take you from one place to another in a far shorter period of time, sometimes almost instantaneously. The reason they're called the paths of the old ones is because they are pretty much connected right back in time to the old ones themselves, when the world was a high-tech world with the good old one overlords ruling it all, and they had their big gates at both of the poles that they used to transport ships from other, potentially even other galaxies, certainly other star systems, through those, and they were gigantic. But the planet itself was covered with a network of gateways that allowed instantaneous travel from one place through to another place, effectively turning the old ones into instant teleporters wherever they went. As time went by, many of these paths of the old ones, most of them indeed during the Great Cataclysm, collapsed, but many of them still remain, and they are often in mystic, strange sites. And they are still accessible by some. They were used in the Gotrek and Felix books, for example, at one point. And good old Teclis was kicking around in there doing his Teclis thing. And how they express, I would suggest, goes down to how you want them to express in your game. I know that's a cop-out answer. I will provide a bit more to that. Often, it will be seen through the paradigm of the people that are making their way through it. You've got to remember that these are no longer a stable environment. So this is no longer a simple portal. I've gone through it like I'm playing Portal. and have popped out the other side like that. Instead, they're sort of fragmented and stretched, and reality itself is half breaking down between them. Some may view them as corridors, others may view them as vines. Indeed, some of the most famous portals through the Aether are things like the world roots, for example, that the wood elves use that all come from the Great Oak. They are not the same as, but they're very similar to the past of the old ones. And often it's standing stone circles or sacred sites that have got these ancient portals that allow you to pass into them. They are potentially dangerous. They're potentially filled with demons. Reality itself is a bit weak. That means that the mortal mind, as they enter into it, will start to shape it around it. I give a loose idea for some inspiration there with what was his name? Again, I'm going to go ding, ding, ding with the Malcolm Moorcock book. Albrecht, Count Auerbach. So there's a character whose name just escapes me. But what he did was the world that he was on, chaos ruled pretty much all the world, but law had taken over the center. And whenever you went over to the border, whoever went there basically shaped what was coming next with their imagination and their mind. It basically, if you could see it, it turned into a thing as chaos was pushed back and back by intellect. And to a degree, the weaker areas of the past of the old ones will be somewhat like that. If they go in expecting something, they're very likely going to get something like that. And sadly, as we all know, we tend to be a bit paranoid. So often people expect the worst. And often you will find that down there, the worst may hide. So my general tips on that would be to ramp up the spookiness, ramp up the unexpected, have a good think about what the PCs themselves are like and what they would expect, not what the players say they would expect, because the players will almost certainly say things that are not necessarily blander, but are not necessarily drawing upon all the experiences their characters have. And often people have got this natural inclination to either dial too far or not far enough in terms of their own character's paranoia. And they're like, no, my character's super paranoid. It'll be terrible down there. And they're like lumping terrible shit in themselves. Or equally, they almost make their characters too heroic. No, I know no fear. I'd walk in there. There'd be no problems. I'm perfect. No, it'll be fine. Yeah, bullshit. Everybody's afraid of the horrors that lie beyond that dark gate. So yeah, think about those PCs and what would scare them and how that may manifest, and that will start to form your own paths for you. Or alternatively, just go for something really simple and easy like corridors. It's a bit or trees. You're making your way down branches, but I would definitely have a good think about what makes for the most interesting paths for your characters. Hey, what's Master Monday's Deb? Damn it, you made me laugh. What's Master Monday's dead brother's name? Necromunda. Hammond. Right, so I think it's time for us to actually speak a little bit about Dark Deeds because, hey, we've got an actual question that perfectly plays into it. What's the origin of Dark Deeds? Will you do a play stream? What are your thoughts of Old World White Kings? Oh, I love them. Okay, so what's the origin of Dark Deeds? Right, so if you don't know out there, I'm a co-owner of a company called Rookery Publications. That was originally founded by a bunch of us that worked on Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4. And for reasons that we've never really discussed too much, we all hiked out of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4 and did not want to be working on that anymore. And decided to build something for ourselves. We had been building for a wee while when one of us, Mark Gibbons in this case, and if you don't know who Mark Gibbons is, just Google him and you'll go, oh, he drew all the amazing Warhammer art that I love. Yeah, that's him. Mark Gibbons said that he'd had a game that he'd released in the past with his mate, Andy Chambers. And they put it together. And he was thinking that it might be fun to release it again. I was like, yeah, sure, send it over. Let's have a look. And I had a look through it. It was super fun. He showed me the Tabletopia version, which is an online version of the game. You can actually go have a look at it right now if you want to go look at it. If you just type Tabletopia and Dark Deeds into Google, you will find it up there. And we played a quick game, and I was like, well, this is really fun. Now, it appealed to me for a couple of reasons. It had emergent gameplay. Now, for those of you who don't necessarily know your gamey terms, basically that meant that the basic rules themselves are super simple. But once you started adding in the cards and how they work together, you started realizing there were different tactics and different strategies you could play. That was fun. It was genuinely quite funny. That was also fun. Mark's art kicked ass. That was also fun. So by the end of my first game, afterwards, we were laughing like crazy. And Mark had... his character, I mean, I say character, but it's got roleplay aspects to it. His character donned on like a nun's habit and was carrying two big double-handed flails and was kicking around, beating living crap out of people, which was super fun. At the end of it, I was like, no, this rocks. But a lot of the rules, they lack a bit of flavor. It works on points. It does this, it does that. We could sit down and we could probably make this a bit better. So I took the rules and I did a first draft rejig of it all. Sent it over to Mark. Mark had to reread and he said, no to this, yes, this. I've been doing this game for years. I know it really works. And also, how about all these things that I really want to put in? What can we make work? So I went away, did gigantic Excel spreadsheets so that I could work out all the maths in the background. And over the course of about 4 or 5 months during COVID, the COVID area, we completely rewrote the entire game. Now, we didn't really change all the rules, but we did change some of them. We changed an awful lot of the terms. We made it much more characterful. We added a lot of really cool cartful art to help bring it all to life. In fact, I'm going to open it up so you can have a look. Oh no, the rulebook's not here. I'm not going to show you because somebody's nabbed my rulebook. That's rude. Oh, that's super rude. So I'm not going to show you the rulebook. I was going to, so I'm going to do that next stream because I'll pull out the rulebook for then. So good old cards. You might. They're nice and simple. I'm not sure how well that's going. If I put it in the middle, that's probably going to zoom in better. So yeah, the game at heart is you are playing a minion. A minion to a dark and mysterious patron who sends you a variety of dark deeds that you must perform before the end of the day. And these dark deeds could be anything from take out this great nemesis of mine to stop the city watch from doing certain things or get yourself captured. Or it could be anything. The dark deeds are basically the missions that you have during play. And you set up the game with a whole host of various city inhabitants making their way down the main street in the centre of town. Think of it like the Street of 100 Taverns if you're on the Warhammer side. So they're making their way down, and it could be, just to pull out some street cards here, it could be the City Watch. For example, there's a City Watch card. City Watchman making his way down. Or it could be someone like a Stable Hand. Who's sitting there. Now, the basic citizens of the city, they're useful because you can steal their stuff. And as a minion, you start off with no stuff. So you're quite clearly going to want to get things like, weapons or extra money so you can bribe people or whatever. So they're moving along. You've got the nemesis. They're the people that the patron wants taken out. You've got guards. They're people who are protecting everybody else. And they all come with a number that equals their favor, how easy they are to take out as well. And their favor, if you take them out, is how many points that you get for the end of the game. Person with the most favor wins. And people who complete the dark deeds get more favor as well. You tend to find, though, it doesn't necessarily go as well. A lot of your cards, because you have a second deck of cards, which are not the street cards. Let's grab here. Running along. No, these are my treasure cards. Artisans look like a trusty stabber. You could steal that from someone. +1 strength. Or alternatively, let me see what we got here. A pocket arbalist. Who doesn't want one of those? Yeah. Anyway, that's not the one I was going to bring out. I'm going to bring out the... here we are. Dark Deeds. Merchant loot. All my cards are in a nice mess over here just to make it light. So you also get yourself a bunch of cards that allow you to do secret stuff, including one of my favorites. Let me just see if I can get it because it is actually my favorite because every time I see it, it makes me laugh. This one. Sod off. So that's a plot card where you can tell somebody else to sod off with their plot card if they play it on you. So if someone says, bang, I'm going to steal your piece of equipment that you just got, you can go, sod off. That always makes me laugh. So loosely, you've got on your turn, you can attack one of the people on the street or steal something or whatever you wish. Then whether that succeeds, yeah, you got something. If it fails, you can slink off to the tavern. And in the tavern, you can get yourself more dark deeds or pick up more plot cards to hopefully sort you out. And it's fast. It then goes to next person. And you're looking to score the most favor by the end of the game. It's fast, it's fun, and it also works well inside your RPGs in that we're intending to play it inside LAWhammer. In that it will be a game inside LAWhammer that our players are going to be playing, or alternatively using it for a variety of different mini-game reasons. I'll be discussing that on the Saturday. Loosely speaking, the Origins of Dark Deeds was a game that Andy Chambers and Mark Gibbons put together, and we've just worked on the second edition. Will we do play streams? We absolutely will, because it's too hilarious not to. And what are my thoughts on Old World White Kings? I freaking love them. And I really wish that there was more focus given to undead that were not just vampire counts or alternatively Nehekara. I discussed this actually recently in a stream with Sotek, where we sat down and talked our way through things that we would like to have added. And that was one of the things that I brought up, the idea that we could possibly have something that, you know, wasn't just Nehekara and more vampire counts. So, yeah, thanks for that one. Oh, pardon me. Phil, next. What is your position on retcons? Are they to be avoided at all costs, tolerable if used sparingly, or to be imbalanced if a new idea is superior? Right, so embrace, pardon me, if a new idea is superior. Right, I have no... Right, so I'm going to be relatively controversial here. I have no problems with retcons. Literally none. Because so much of what Games Workshop wrote in the past wasn't very good. However, I don't like dismissing stuff in the past unless it is objectively racist, weird, problematic, or whatever. I would much rather look at the stuff in the past and say, what can we do to reuse that and make it work better? Now, this is something that Warhammer does a lot of. It takes a look at something that came in a previous edition. Let's say, for example, the Wood Elves. And they take a look at the Wood Elf army list from the 4th edition of the game. They have a little look through there and they go, oh, look at this. We've got a bunch of characters. Well, what can we do with these? And eventually, one smith that's mentioned as Daith in there suddenly becomes effectively the avatar of Vol, as he is retconned into something completely different. He is upgraded significantly. You'll find that this happens a lot between particularly 4th through to 6th edition and 6th through to 8th, as characters are upgraded and slowly but surely their hats get bigger and bigger and bigger. Although to a degree, the stats often drop down around about the 6th edition era. They sort of crept up a little bit sometimes in 8th, although sometimes they went down as well. So I have no issue at all with stories being embellished, developed, and made into something more interesting. Literally none. But as you may note from my description of the enemy within earlier on in the stream, I was very keen to try and incorporate all the old material and bring in the new material and make them work together. I much prefer taking it all and making it one Warhammer world rather than it's lots of disparate individual games that have done crazy individual stuff that all contradicts. See, that because that's my next issue. You have to retcon if you're writing Warhammer, because it's either you make a choice on one side and you ignore the other thing, which means you just throw it away and effectively it's gone, or you try to use both, which means you have to change one or the other to make it work. It is an inevitability working on Warhammer these days that you have to pretty much rewrite stuff. And that's sort of freeing because it means that you can come in and try to make it all work. I'm going to give some direct, actual examples here because I'm currently rewriting all of Elven history for my own game. And a long time ago, I was going to be doing this for Black Library when I was lined up to do Phoenix King book, which didn't come to pass because of reasons. And I had a whole bunch of ideas, many of which I'm now writing into my own background for the elves. Now, you might not be aware of this, but I'm currently writing a set of rules for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay for elves called Elven Paths. And it's how they psychologically deal with stuff. It's how their souls work. And I'm like 90% through writing the history for the Elven Paths. And the history from the Elven Paths really go back. Right back to the beginning of the elves, who they are and why they are the way they are. And I answer questions such as why she who thirsts, good old Slanesh, stakes a claim on all elven souls. I discuss what the chaos gods are in comparison to the elven gods. I discuss what the avatars are, things like Ariel, Orion, Azure, and Arian, Daith, and others, and how they came into existence and why they came into existence. I discussed the great war in the heavens, the war between the various elf gods. And all that requires me to basically rewrite Games Workshop stuff because I can either be bound by what, say, for example, the 4th edition of the High Elf Army list says about Elven history, and then just say I can only use those bits. But you'll find that if you read those books, and then you read later books, they contradict, and then you read the 8th edition books, they contradict again, and sometimes they accidentally overwrite some really cool shit. So I want to take all of it, combine it, and make something new that really, really works. So do I retcon? Yes. Do I think it's tolerable? Yes. Sparingly? No, I'm quite happy going all over the place, but I don't want it to ever feel like I have changed things. I would much prefer for it to feel like I have made it make sense. So it's not so much you're retconning as you're trying to make the Warhammer world work. And should it be embraced if a new idea is superior? I absolutely think so. Now, there are many people out there who strongly disagree with this. They have a version of what they think the Warhammer world should be, and it gets stuck there. But the problem is that version contradicts so many other versions. If you came to Warhammer at, say, the 8th edition of Warhammer, you have a very clear idea of what Warhammer world is. But say, for example, you were a fan all the way back at Warhammer 3rd edition, and that was Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1st edition time. You have a completely different version of what the Warhammer world should be, and it got overwritten. And the one that they overwrote it with got overwritten again. So those of you who are sitting on the 8th edition going, it's all nice and clear, it really wasn't. It really, really wasn't. And the version that you're playing has literally retconned almost everything. So do I have any issues with doing it? No. Do I like it when they're doing it for no reason? And this is where I'm going to contradict everything I said. Actually, no. I don't like it when background is abandoned, when background is overwritten for no clear reason. So I sort of lie in the middle, in truth, but at the heart of it, I'm quite happy to go wherever I want to go. Oi, I heard you said I did exist. Creme guild. I've just realised what your avatar is. Kermit with a freaking gelt mask. Thanks for those. Super appreciated, Creme Gelto, you dick. I should check out Lindsay's comment in the chat. Okay, I'm going. I've got to go check out Lindsay's comment in the chat. So I'm just moving over to the chat. I've been over on the super chat side. Moving. Where is it? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. You also gave inspiration. Is this the one? No. Further back. Oh man, scroll. I'm not seeing it. Further back. Oh, there it is. How would you feel if you found out live on air that Intern 2 had got an unconditional to study video game art right this second? I feel freaking amazeballs. Oh, superb. Oh, this is the best day ever. Right, so on that, I'm going to pull out some Jack Daniels and pour myself a little drink. Not only is it the best day because it is Dark Deeds Day, and I've just poured a really big drink. Oh, man. I'm going to put a little bit of a mixer in there. My youngest daughter has just got an unconditional acceptance for doing games art. That is the freaking best. My other daughter, if you didn't know already, my eldest, she studies games design as well, and that's computer games design, and is enjoying her course immensely. And that would be both of them doing it. That would be amazing. Oh, I'm so happy. Thank you so much for making me go check that one, Ryan. That was just the best. You rock. Wow. Oh, cheers, everybody. If you want to go celebrate along with me, go grab yourself a drink and obviously go pre-order yourself a copy of Dark Deeds, because that's what you should do. The links for that are down in YouTube's description of this video. Holy shitballs, I'm really happy. When creating lore based off real world cultures, how do you balance potential disrespect from ripping it off, not changing it, versus potential disrespect from misrepresentation, changing it too much? Gideon, this is a question, and it's a question that I feel Games Workshop has frequently got the wrong answer to. There is one easy way to deal with this, and there is everything else. And the easy way to deal with it is, if you are dealing with somebody else's culture, get people from that culture in. Now, that doesn't just mean that they have to write it, or that you must hire yourself 40 people from, let's say I was going to do a Scotland book, 40 people from Scotland, just so that I can do my Scotland book. It doesn't mean you have to, but you really should. I'm going to give a very white example of this, just to show how deep it actually runs, particularly when you consider how much people wouldn't have seen this as an issue. Recently, I'm not going to name names, but a very close friend of mine released a book that was about something that I knew intimately, because I grew up in the very north of Scotland, and I was surrounded by the very things that were being described inside the roleplay book at hand. And the book was nonsense in so many ways, because what it was full of the stereotypes that you get when you do an online internet search, and had literally none of the actual tales that I grew up with. And many of those tales were much more creepy, much more horrific, much more interesting, and much more in depth, and would have made for a significantly better set of characters, situations, NPCs, locations, and similar. And I called it out, and I said, this is a pretty poor representation of the stuff that comes from here. You're my mate. I can literally tell you this and have no fear because we were close friends. This is rubbish. It should have been this. And their response was, holy shit, yes. Yeah, I done fucked up. Now, why is this important? Because this was an area where the writer at hand considered themselves to be an expert, and they were not, because they did not reach out to somebody that actually knew what they were dealing with. And was it disrespectful? In a couple of places, yes. And this is just, white on white disrespect. So who freaking cares, as it classically boils out. But it was bad. Good. What was written was really good. Well written. But it just didn't get that aspect of it. So if you want to get that, you need to hire people that get it. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they have to write it, because they might not be writers, but they have to be there as sensitivity readers throughout the entire process, perhaps through the creation process as well. You can't be writing about somebody else's culture and just doing an online study hoping you get it. Write some stuff you think is cool. Rejig bits that you think are really cool and rejigging, and finding out that is stamping all over somebody else's actual beliefs. That's just wrong. It's not a good thing. You are basically disrespecting the core source. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. There are a huge number of people that play Warhammer because they can play a species or a thing that is close to their own culture. People who play lizardmen from various Central American societies because they really like what they represent. That's cool, but you have to be super careful here, because if you're making jokes out of their language, if you are basically saying all people from that culture are monsters because they're not even human, you are really treading dangerous water here. So, loosely, the answer is bring in other people, get sensitivity readers, and listen to them when they tell you that what you're doing is wrong. And it's a pretty simple answer. Hey, Hammond! So Dark Deeds is about being an American. No. Just bring up the skull, because we did indeed get ourselves a Michael Moorcock reference. I'm going to have myself a wee drink. Sorry, skull. I'm Scottish. I'm not Norwegian. Thanks. Whatever. Skull. Whatever. Skull. Yeah, so that's Lindsay just mentioning there that intern 1 is incredibly excited that her co-intern may be coming to the same uni. If you don't know who the interns is, it's just what we refer to our daughters, because they've done various things for us over in LAWhammer and also with the Rookery. They have been, quite frankly, the best. I am super, super pleased about that. All right, so let's scroll back and see if we've got any questions running around. I'm just going to pull up one that looks longish. Let's see what we've got. Running a war campaign for a bunch of new fans. Yay, good job, Ross Cyan. My players asked if Moonclaw and Morrslieb could be the villains. They could. What characters and places might have the knowledge that would help them on this quest? Okay, so if you're asking what people might have knowledge of, say, Moonclaw and Morrslieb, depends where you are. I'm going to presume it's not specified that they're in the Empire. That's the most common setting that you have for Warhammer. So what you're looking for is a repository of information. Now, most of the major cities in Warhammer have got a temple of Verena. Verena is the goddess of wisdom. And many of those temples hold some pretty ancient and forgotten scrolls concerning all variety of lost and sometimes heretical information. And this is the issue that you're potentially going to be facing. Much of what you're wanting, characters are wanting to research, the cult of Sigmar will view as heretical and may indeed try to secret away. Now, the general stereotype is, oh, they'll just burn, but they're not book burners. What you tend to find with the cult of Sigmar is that they're hoarders, and they have them in secret libraries that's filled with all the horrible stuff that they need to know about to do their job, but they don't let anyone else have access to it. But if you don't have access to a Sigmarite repository of information, Cult of Rena is a very good second choice. Equally, each one of the major cities has got various universities, which if you have a reason to have access to, you can indeed access it. Say, for example, you were a student in that university, then they could pop over, access the libraries, potentially find all manner of heretical information, plus not just the books, but the various scholars. This is a loose plot line that's in the Enemy Within, where there is a particular scholar that is an expert on various cults. You could have a scholar who is an expert on Morsleep, or an expert on the various horrors of Moonclaw, or similar, allowing characters to gain access to these information through another route. My personal preference would be to try and provide that information through one of the skills in the game. And there's a skill that was designed for this, research. It was added because in the end, we all know, although we might not necessarily want to admit it, we all know that Warhammer is basically Call of Cthulhu, but a fantasy version of it. And researching the various Cthulhu mythos horrors is a core component of many adventures, and it's often and should be a core component of some Warhammer adventures as well, because you are going to be encountering some things that are just beyond standard human ken, or indeed elf ken or dwarf ken or whatever else. So getting access to the information through that route is always a good idea. It's also worth considering what the composition of your party is. If you've got yourself halflings are known for their recording of literally everything, and particularly their own genealogies. So there will be a lot of oral traditions about various things that have been encountered by their clan groups that are worth considering as a point of information. So you'll be using things like gossip to pick up the information rather than research. If you're a dwarf, you could have various lore masters in the holds that are holding great tomes of information from the past that you could try and gain access to through again, that route. Elves obviously have all manner of stuff, but depending on the type of elf, depends on whether they would know. If it's wood elves, that's probably going to be oral traditions, or possibly speaking to the spirits, like not just the dryads and the naiads and similar, but the spirits of the forest, who may have ancient tales of Moonclaw. Loosely, whatever your party is comprised of, there's going to be some form of thing that they can do, and I would look to think about each one of the characters and what sort of skills that they can deploy. Do they have research? Great, go find them somewhere to research. Do they have gossip? Is that how they gain access to it? Is there anyone that type of character could gossip with to gain access to that information? Hopefully that gives you a little bit of a help there. And let me just pop down there and say Mandatus. Oh my goodness, thank you very much. Cheers to the laws. Skål to the laws. Thank you very much. Cheers. It's a good day. If you haven't done it already, I know I've said this a few times, but Dark Deeds is available for pre-order now. You can go and pre-order that game right this second. All you need to do is pop into the video description on YouTube, and you will find the links for the US hub and the UK hub, where they are going to be delivering that, hopefully for arrival sometime in July. You can pre-order the game right now, and I am beyond delighted that it is there. Right, so let me drop down and see if we got any new bits along. Hey, let's grab here. Hi, Andy. Hi, Moon Kyle. Nice to speak to you. I have a few questions I will bother you with. I'm currently running a Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay vampire-only campaign. Nice. Do you have Night's Dark Masters? That's a Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd edition book. I hope you do, because that obviously deals with playing vampires. With one of each of the 5 bloodlines. Really nice. Currently, they are doing quests for the Dark Lord. It was... What was it? Be'lakor all along. Of course it was. What are some of the things that they could go around and do? No restrictions other than the year, about 50 to 25 years before the end times. So are you asking, just to double check here, Moon Kyle, and again, fun one. It was Be'lakor. Let me just double check, read your question again. So, yeah, you got one of the 5. Currently, they're doing quests for their big, nasty vampire lord. And either Be'lakor is the lord, or alternatively, Be'lakor is responsible. What could they do? Right, so, loosely speaking, vampire campaigns revolve around who is doing the manipulation. Now, I have a long history with vampire campaigns. I've not only played vampire games in Warhammer, I also played a 10-year Vampire Chronicle for Vampire the Masquerade. And it really does, playing a long-term game where you are working your way through years and years of play. It was 10 years of real time. Working through centuries and centuries and centuries of play. it really does make you realize that vampires make for bloody marvelous PCs. And that's not just because of their internal issues, the fact that they might have their own goals that could be subsumed by the very fact that they have to consume blood, and that can turn them into ravening monsters and various other issues therein. But it grants you access to a depth of time that you can flash back to, that you can play around with, that other types of games very rarely do. Now, you may have noticed, if you've been watching any of the LAWhammer streams, that we often do flashbacks in those. And that's the first thing that I would suggest. And that's that you can start embellishing your vampires' backgrounds, assuming that they're not tiny kids and they've just been turned, by using flashbacks that will hopefully recontextualize the situation that they're currently in. Now, if Be'lakor is the one who is responsible for motivating them moving around, well, holy heck, whatever its schemes are in your game are going to ultimately be what they're going to be sent to do. But if it's Be'lakor who's the big bad, then I would suggest investigating that through a variety of different things that they encounter without obvious answer, demons or characters acting out of character or whatever else, so that they can find the various breadcrumb trail of clues that lead back to Be'lakor and how you're going to manifest Be'lakor in your game, whether that's over in Mordheim, which is super good for a Karstein player because it's literally sitting on their border. It's also super good for the Necrarchers as well, because good old Melchior's Tower is sitting right over there as well. So there's lots of ways that you can incorporate the various bloodlines into that. Go take a check out the Sylvania map for Nightstark Masters to pick up some interesting locations that you could use there. It does, though, depend upon where you're going. But for me, if I was building a campaign with 5 vampires, I would be looking to either focus it in one of the following ways. Manipulate the Empire. It's a classic one. And try to get it around to whatever the Dark Lord's particular outcome is. And that would make it a potentially high political game. So you'd be moving through courts, you'd be moving through important NPCs, you'd be potentially stirring up issues between various massive family lines. That could be super fun. And to support the family lines that they want to support, you might want to secure certain artifacts, which means that you've got potential dungeon delves and similar that they could go down to get those artifacts to support their family lines, to do whatever they want. I would be concentrating on the nature of their vampirism as well and the difficulties that causes. If they do, for example, go wandering off on a trek down into a dungeon, what they're going to be feeding on. And it's going to get a bit delicious in dungeon here, where they're going to be feeding upon whatever they find down there. And what if they don't find that much? They're not exactly going to have giant mushrooms with good old mushroom feet that they can cook up and then realize that there's no blood in those. So yeah, I would be looking to put them in situations where they have to come up with novel solutions to actually do what they need to do, because they have got unique problems, whether it's sunlight, whether it's their need for blood. Look at a situation that they have issues with, like for example, they must feed, and think, where can I put them where they can't feed but they have to go? In a similar one, think of if they've got issues with sunlight, put something right in the middle of a very bright area during the day at a particular time. How do they solve that problem? So look at the vampires that you have, look at their flaws, use their flaws to stimulate interesting situations that the players will have to think their way around, and then decide what the core elements of your big bad guy plot are, and then that will just start building stories in and of itself. It doesn't actually matter when it is or how it is. For me, I would be looking for building all the personal tales of each of the vampires and showing the tragedy of their existences, and trying to dial down on the fact that they are pretty imperfect creatures, and using their imperfect nature as a primary story beat. Hopefully that helped a bit. I'm not entirely sure if it did. If I spot you further down, Moon Kyle, I'll bring it up if you've got any further on questions on that one. I'm just going down to Gideon now. Are there any examples of cultures where Lord level casters are equal or less magically powerful than heroes because they have to spend half their time leading as well as magic? If not, could it? Yeah. Hey, Gideon, that's an actual thing. Cheers, all. Happy Dark Deeds Day. So, in Warhammer, there are a variety of hand-waved magic users. Some aren't. But this question is particularly interesting. It's asking directly, are there any example of cultures where the Lord level casters, or your top level casters, are equal or less magically powerful than heroes because they have to spend half their time leading as well as use magic? If not, could it? So, off the top of my head, no, which is ridiculous. I'm going through them. I'm now going through every single army list and looking at their Lord level casters, and none of them are weaker because of the fact that they are doing much more. And that is fascinating. Now, you could argue some of them are weaker because they are weaker. Take, for example, your various second and third level magic level Lord level creatures, but they're generally second or third level wizards in Warhammer. Not because they didn't have enough time to study, but because they're weaker. That's it. They're not Manfred von Karstein, for example, and level 4s. They are vampires who might not necessarily be the top level wizards. Broadly speaking, no. If not, could it? Absolutely. And I think that definitely should be the case. I mean, if I look over at the elves, yeah, there's a whole variety of elves, particularly even the Lord level elves who should have some magic. The Warhammer game has always been about balance and trying, well, at least at heart, it's an attempt at balance to make a fun game. And that often means that characters are given levels that make no real sense at all for their stories. So cutting the long story short here, I can't think of one off the top of my head, which is clearly the example that you provide. But should that happen, definitely it should. And in fantasy roleplay, it does. So, yeah, that is worth being aware of. The poor boys just pre-ordered. Thank you very much for pre-ordering Darty. Ding, ding, ding. I'm going to take a drink for that. I'm going to get sozzled if people keep doing this. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, hey, Lindsay. You coming over? Hi. Right, so I'm going to pop down. Do we have any more super chat? I've got one more.
Someone said that you maybe missed a super chat at the end of your last stream.
At the end of my last stream?
About squares.
About squares?
2 yards and 1 yard squares.
2 yards and 1 yard squares. Oh, right. Yeah. I'm sorry if I did miss that one. I will cancel that right after Mandatus. Callum, how do Azrai mine metal, especially given magic? So this is worth covering. It's not just magic, it's spirits. There's a variety of things. There was going to be... I'm going to actually go a little bit more into the background here. When we created Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition, we had to make some decisions as to what it would include. And in the end, the game focused on Reichland. That's it. So any of the elves that you see in that game are elves you are likely to see in Reichland. That means that you will not see the day-to-day elves that you would see if, for example, you were in Athel-Loren. Down in Athel-Loren, the Azrai quite clearly have a host of needs. Everybody needs resources, particularly someone like Daith, who's going to be needing access to metal in a variety of different ways. And at that point, I made the conscious decision that we were not going to make the elves super mundane. We were not going to say, of course, there are Azrai miners wandering around the Reichland. Why would they be doing that? Makes absolutely no sense at all. Now, does that mean that there aren't elves that mine? Well, actually, kind of, yeah. When I made the pitch for the elf books that we're putting in place, the general idea was based off of the classic tree singing, the high elf construction methods that again involve magic and singing, and bringing many of their buildings into position using the environment rather than working against the environment. And they bluntly use magic. They access things in a way that others don't. They've got wizards that completely have mastered Chamon, depending on how you want to pronounce it. And the gold wind of magic allows them to trace down any metal that they want. And Daith is a god of dealing with metal. He'll find it. He'll get access to it. It will come to him. They speak to the spirits, particularly the wood elves. And the spirits are not just the dryads. They are the spirits of the rocks, the spirits of the mountains, they are going to be working with all of these entities. Magic and spirituality is a part of elven culture. And they deal with things differently. It's also worth noting, as a small extra to this, that high elves and elves in general are often used and portrayed as almost stereotypes. In that Games Workshop are almost afraid of showing an elven peasant doing elven peasant work unless it's a dark elf or Skaven slave or some equivalent where they are being abused, which is awful and terrible, obviously. So our high elves are often portrayed as these decadent lords, all of them, regardless of their social class. And they just don't mind. That's just not the stories that they tell with them. Our wood elves are a bunch of hippie tree huggers. And equally, they don't mind because it would damage the land. And that is obviously a bit silly, but is actually the case. So you find that every single time that someone attempts to do writing around this, they will write around it in a fashion that preserves the core expected stereotypes in most cases. They tend not to do what you might find in some settings where they go a bit grim and grittier and they go, well, of course they've got miners. They're going down there mining. There's elves that are working for lords that are mining, and that's just not the Warhammer way of dealing with it. That's just not how the Azrai are projected or done. They are going to be working with spirits. They're going to be using magic, and Daith in particular will be doing that. I hope that helps a bit. So I'm also going to go to the secondary question, which was, if I recall, something like, why are the squares in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2 yards and not 1 yard? And the reason was that after some discussion, getting as close to the D&D square matrix was considered to be worthwhile. And in D&D, it was 5 feet, which is close to 2 yards. And there was some discussion about this behind the scenes as to whether we should go with a smaller one. And it was, in terms of the overall models that would be fighting inside those spaces. I mean, it's a big space. 6 feet is huge. It's actually really big. And you can fit a lot inside there, because 2 yards by 2 yards is freaking massive. And the response was, nope, let's make it that. So I did. I went with what I was told to do. Would I do it differently if I was doing it today? Yeah, sure. Totally would. Does it make an enormous amount of difference? Nah. I mean, it worked fine. It does okay. It's not great. I don't like make this room here, for example, 3 squares by 2, which is actually fine for the vast majority of how maps are made on digital maps and similar. It works quite well for giving enough space. It also means that you can more easily block off doors. Doors can sit in certain places. It works quite well tactically, so I'm not against it generally as an idea. Right, so I'm going to scroll back a little bit because I missed a bunch. Ben Fisher, hey Ben. How much do we know about the Hobgoblin Canate? They seem really cool, but I can't find out much about it. We know actually a surprising amount about the good old Hobgoblin Canate. And this is also a fine example of tread carefully when you're dealing with someone else's culture. Making everyone who is from that area a monster is definitely a choice. And it's a choice that Games Workshop at that point during the 80s when they were first made good old Hobgoblin can. Loosely speaking, it's a bunch of Hobgoblin tribes that work across and rule the northern steppes over to the far east. And they have caused immense troubles to Chaos Dwarves, immense troubles to Cathay, and immense troubles to pretty much anything that works up there, including the Chaos Hordes to the north. And they're just large tribes of greenskins that are on the move. Have they ever been given a great deal of detail? Not much. First edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay dived into them a good bit. Third edition Warhammer did a bit. There was a couple of regiments of renown that popped up every once in a while. And all of the information that you get for them is broadly exactly what you'd expect. They're greenskins, but, you know, they're kind of like Mongols. Yep, that's pretty much it. Now, the Chaos Dwarf Army list, when it eventually came out through White Dwarf and eventually got its own book, it added a whole bunch of extras for the Hobgoblins that was very much tied into the Chaos Dwarf cultured ones, the ones that had been taken in as slaves and had built up their own culture within Chaos Dwarf society. And it drew upon the Hobgoblins to the north, but didn't really use them very much. And yeah, they're big roaming tribes with lots of wolves rather than horses, obviously. Lots of bows, and they're almost exactly what you'd expect. You won't find a lot about them because most of the material was just reiterating the material that came before. And nowadays, there's something that's constantly referenced, but there's always that slight care that has to be taken because this is writing over somebody else's culture, and that causes potential issues. Right. What's next? David Jones. Hey, David Jones. LAWhammer. Random thanks, Andy. Oh, thanks. Any thoughts on the people of Albion in the old world? Yes. Do you think that someone may develop more online, really like Giant Slayer, and just Celtic stuff in Warhammer? So, yeah. Okay, I'll give a couple of thoughts here. I was going to be writing a book on Albion. And I was going to be writing with Gav Thorpe. Now, you might know Gav Thorpe. If you don't know Gav Thorpe, you should know Gav Thorpe. He used to he ran several of the big summer campaigns like, I don't know, Dark Shadows, which was set in Albion. And he detailed Albion to some significant degree. Dropped Bellicor. It was Bellicor all along. Yeah, Moonkyle certainly was. So dropped Bellicor over in Albion. The Mists of Albion and the general Celtic feel of Albion was all established and re-established there. But it had a far longer and older history than that alone. The Shadowbreed. Was it Shadowbreed? No, it wasn't Shadowbreed. A different book. Can I remember the tale with the Dark Elves that landed in Albion? It was one of Orpheus' tales. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. A bunch of older novels detailed the place. You had Macbeth up there, which was a big box set all the way back for 3rd edition Warhammer that was set up there. And various versions of Albion have created over time, some of which are very much like. It's sort of like an England and Scotland and Ireland analogy. Others of which are just it's broadly sort of slain Celtic. Until eventually we hit the Dark Shadows version, which was a sort of amalgamation of various British cultures, but made a bit more Celtic, with their Truth Slayers there. The Fimmer are definitely mentioned of being over there. A whole variety of invaders trying to get in there. Big standing stones. A whole bunch of terrible jokes like the Isle of Wights or the Citadel of Lead, which is basically just Citadel miniatures. That sits over in the center. And the Past of the Old Ones campaign that I was going to be writing with Gav Thorpe was going to be passing through Albion, and we were going to do a complete treatment of the area. So to directly answer there, do you think someone may develop more down the line? I hope so, but I wouldn't be too hopeful because it's a secondary area, and there are many other areas in the Warhammer world which currently lie undeveloped, whether it's Cathay, there's a lot that they could write on that. The High Elves, they clearly need a book. The Dwarves, they clearly need to be attacked again. A rejig for the rules themselves, that needs to happen. There's all sorts of other books that they're possibly looking at, even things like doing a chaos book. That should have happened by now and hasn't happened. So it wouldn't surprise me if that really does slip because it's not as important as some other key releases that they need to get out there, and the release schedule has been relatively slow for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4. Do I think though that other games might go there? Definitely, because it's a super interesting, fascinating place that quite a lot of writing's been done for. Whether it happens or no, I will be going there if we do our second campaign. If you don't know about LAWhammer, LAWhammer is the campaign that I'm running at the moment on this channel, actually. You can find about 60-odd videos of the various sessions that we run for the LAWhammer game. And we're working our way through the Enemy Within campaign. We are doing ourselves another campaign after that if we like the first one and it finishes and we're all happy. And it will be a direct sequel if we do it, and it will be the Past of the Old Ones. And that's what it'll be called. And it'll be the campaign that I was going to write with Gav Thorpe. I know everything that I intended to do for that, Gav, and I wrote an entire 3-book structure. We had it all in place. Games Workshop did not pick that up, so it's ours to do with as we want. So I asked Gav, do you mind if I run it? And he was like, yeah, you can do whatever you want with it. So I will almost certainly be running that afterwards if we decide to do a sequel. And that campaign goes from Marienburg. This is public knowledge. I discussed it at Warhammer Fest about 5 years ago. It goes from Marienburg over to Albion, over to Ulthuan, over to Nagaroth, and then down into the south a little. And fascinating stuff. And it might not actually land in that direction, assuming that PCs go in different directions. But that would include a long trip into Albion. So it's quite likely that I will go there at some point. Okay. Hey, Jacka. See 2 factions of the old world, orcs and dwarves. I see a lack of starter set for that faction. Do I miss something, or do I not see the starter set for the older 2 starter sets? I hope to. by a Wood Elf starter set. It's my favorite faction. I'm not quite sure what you're referencing there. I'm going to presume for that one we're talking about in the current edition of the Old World. Oh, I see, the Old World. Yeah, so yes, we do have 2 factions. Yeah, so yeah. Okay, right. So Old World. I'm going to say a couple of things about the Old World, and only a couple. But I think that they are pertinent comments. You may or may not disagree with this. Loosely speaking, the Old World feels like it's been cut off at the knees. That's my personal opinion. They had themselves an opportunity to create Warhammer 200 years earlier with a complete set of rules for everyone to be really happy with. It looks like instead a whole bunch of things that should have been released for it aren't, because they're being released instead for Age of Sigmar. An example of that would be Skaven. Where are the Skaven? They're off on holiday, having a civil war or whatever. They should be there because they're a primary faction. But Age of Sigmar is doing its Skaven just now, so Old World doesn't get it. And it feels like the Old World is a second-class citizen that is dealing with lots of old models, a couple of new ones, and that's about it, and a whole bunch of factions that have not been properly addressed because of one reason or another. Now, whether it is Age of Sigmar taking precedent and the Old World being pushed down because of it, whether it's something else, I actually don't care. It doesn't make any difference to me. As far as I'm concerned, they should all be working hand in hand and attempting to try and reinforce each other's sales, not competing. And that means we should have Skaven, because if there was Skaven, people would buy the Skaven and they buy all the Old World models. Surely Games Workshop is in the business of selling models. It doesn't care if they're buying them for Age of Sigmar or the Old World. What matters is that they're all going out the door and everyone's super excited and they're having lots of fun. But no, that apparently isn't the core concern that lies back at Games Workshop. So I don't like the way that the Old World is slowly unfolding. I don't like many of its miniature choices. I absolutely adore everything about it, though. So I'm in this weird place where I'm looking on from the outside going, really? Is this the best that you could do? These army lists are not that great. This balancing is a bit weird. These legacy armies that you're sort of giving us, they're badly done. I'm not entirely sure I'm happy with this, while simultaneously beavering away at my models because I really love my Warhammer. So yeah, it's not ideal, is what I would say there. Right, let's check up the next couple of super chats. Where are we? Oh, there's a few here. There. Hey, Singemeister, any thoughts, plans on map disease and... So, for those of you who don't know, this is a lovely extra Vampire Bloodlines that may have gone down into Southlands over to Cathay and could be rewritten in lots of different ways for vampires in Warhammer. And do I have any thoughts and plans for them? Not for LAWhammer at the moment. Do I have thoughts and plans for what I would do with them if I did? Yeah, probably, but I can't say I've thought about it as deeply as I could. If we really wanted to discuss it, though, I think it might be worth having a chat with Steve Darlington. You may know Steve D. He popped up, I think he actually popped up over in one of the Lorebeards chats with some of the writers. Steve D did a lot of work on the vampires for Nightstark's Masters and has got definite opinions on what could be done with them, and indeed even wrote a small fan supplement for what some of the Jade-Blooded vampires might be like. So I don't have strong opinions on this one, Singemeister, I apologize to say. But I will one day have strong opinions if LAWhammer continues, because I will start filling those gaps. At the moment, though, the gap that I'm filling is the Elven Paths, as I think I've said more than once, and I'm quite enjoying doing it. Are you saying that Moorcock is H.P. Lovecraft? I definitely am not, because H.P. Lovecraft was a racist. Let's be blunt. Malcolm Moorcock really isn't. He's a lovely guy. Spoken to him quite a number of times online. Really like Michael Moorcock. Yeah, they're very, very different, Sean. But I will say, though, that the mixture of Moorcock, Tolkien, and Lovecraft almost sums up much of what Warhammer Fantasy became with an unexpected dose of H.P. Lovecraft in there. Hey, Gideon, would be cool to have Wood Elf minds like Warren's. I agree, it would be cool to do a variety of things with it. And I think if I was going to write it, I would write something new. I wouldn't be happy with just, the spirits do it. I would be looking for understanding the logistics of Wood Elf society. That is what the roleplay game does really well. It looks at the high fantasy version that's presented for the army lists and it asks questions. How could this exist? How could this even be? And you start as a writer going, well, I'm going to have to figure out how it exists. Where does this high elf city come from? Where's its food? How do they do their food? So do we have wood elf farmers, high elf farmers? Well, clearly there's all manner of agriculture that they're going to be very happy with doing. But how does this manifest? Who are these people? How does this citizenry work towards, for example, its training to be archers and spearmen or whatever over on the high elf side? What is the nature of the nobility and what sort of control do they have? Do they get stuck in or are they separate? Exactly how does high elf politics manifest? We know they are deeply political creatures. And there's a great deal of backbiting, particularly amongst the high elves. How does that manifest? And going into detail about all of that would be the super fun part. So Gideon, I agree completely. What needs to be done is a big examination, which is what Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4 didn't do. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4 just offered the Reichland version, and the aim was to do an elf book later and to fill all of that in for an equivalent of a minor, for the equivalent of the various other basic jobs that you might find back in Reichland. How do the elves do it? And that was going to be part of the fun aspect of it. Much like I've got a variety of fun little careers which I'm working on for our version of Warhammer that we're playing through, like the Hafner, for example, in the Halflings, where our Hafner, they're like big lore keepers amongst the Halfling bloodlines, where they keep all of the various genealogies in place. And they have been a strong influence in Stirland as well, who are well known for keeping track of their long genealogies as well, because Stirland's right beside Mootland, obviously. So, yeah, I think it would be cool to do something that is unique and fun. Hey, Philippe! Philippe, I'm going to say Philippe. Hey, super nice to see you there. Hey, playing Bretonian Peasant Detective, love it, in the Enemy Within campaign. Got any tips for roleplay or anything that I should be aware? Yeah, if you're playing a Bretonian, try to build the differences between you and the rest of the Empire and the characters that you perceive there. So you have come from a land where the nobles rule. And they rule absolutely, and you have almost nothing in the way of rights. How do you deal with an empire which is far freer than where your homeland is? What did you do when you were back in Bretonia, assuming that you came from Bretonia? Where do the comparisons lie? So what I would be looking to do is to try and find why you are different to everyone else and try and portray that. Show the things that make you different so that you've got something that you can say quite differently to everybody else at the table. So whatever their individual stories are, take a look at the other PCs and think, what's my character and why is that character different? What can I do to portray that character in a way that will make me unique and interesting and bring a different voice to the table? Perhaps you very much believe in the nobility. Perhaps you believe that the Grail Knights and the various Knights of the Realm et al. Are there to properly protect the peasantry. You believe it's better in, for example, Bretonia than you believe that it's in the Empire. That would be one take to take. And not a generally common one, because often the oppressed peasantry is the first route that most people go for. Perhaps you've got a different view on that. Or perhaps because the rest of the people are super free, or maybe they're oppressed, or maybe there's something else. Find the differences between you and the rest of the players, and they'll give you something to home in on. Lastly, if you can't do a French accent, don't worry about it, because accents are really hard. A French accent would be the first expected thing that people would expect from someone from Bretonia, but don't worry if you can't do it. There's nothing wrong with saying my character speaks in a particular accent, and find a voice that is yours. I would strongly recommend, though, that find something that allows you to have a discreet voice from your own voice. For example, if you've got something, if you're approaching someone, you're like, my character Bob or Le Bob is approaching Bobette over there, and you then move to your in-character voice. If your in-character voice is just a touch higher, I speak up a little bit here instead, or maybe it speaks a little bit lower down there instead. And move your voice around, or maybe they speak with a bit of a raspiness or something. None of these are hard to do, and they don't need to be different accents. But what they can do is by speaking and stressing different words, your character comes to life in a way that's different to everybody else's. And it also means that when you move from speaking in character to not, everyone will go, oh, right, so you're now talking to me. And then when the character speaks, oh, I'm my character speaking now. Everyone immediately goes, oh, the character's saying something. So my general tips would be find out what makes you different to everyone else and give that space to breathe at the table, and find a voice that's different to everyone else's voice and yours as well, so that when you're at the table, even if it's not necessarily an accent, everyone still understands when you're speaking in character. I know it's relatively simple advice, but it's a good place to begin. I'll be honest, I'm excited to see Warhammer Wallace. Freedom! I think there's a very good opportunity to say. I'm doing this stream today for 2 reasons now. It was originally 1. It's Dark Deeds Day, and that means that today, Dark Deeds has been popped up for pre-release. If you don't know what Dark Deeds is, where have you been? Dark Deeds is the new game, well, the second edition of the game, from some Warhammer greats. Good old Mark Gibbons and Andy Chambers there. Let me just bring them around there. Mark Gibbons, Andy Chambers, that we're releasing. I say we, it's us over at Rookery Publications, me, Andy, Lindsay, good old Mark. And that can be pre-ordered right now if you go and check in the description to this video on YouTube. If you're over on Twitch, frightfully sorry, I don't have the links over there, but I do have them on YouTube right now. Go check that out. Go click it through and go and please pre-order it, because your support makes all the difference. And if you do pre-order it, please do drop in the chat to say you've done so, and I will take a drink. Thanks very much. You all rock. I'll just double check if there's any more super chats there before I move back. I was about to run back to the other side. There's 2 more. Hey, Davy Jones. Just thank you for your replying time. Anytime, Davy Jones. A shame given, but will remain hopeful. Thanks, Andy. You're the only truth sayer I know. Oh, thanks, Davey. That's a super nice thing to say. And Heron, hey, Heron. We were talking in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay lore about using tree singing, on the roots of the trees to locate and extract lores. I think that's great. And that's the sort of thing that I would be really trying to focus on if you are looking at trying to add character. Who are these people? How do they manifest? How are the wood elves going to be approaching something that they require? If you look at any of the models, they are covered in a variety of not just metals, other things as well, but there are metals there. Many of them use barks and woods like iron woods instead, and I think that's cool. I wouldn't say that metal is necessarily heavy on many of the wood elf models, which means that you don't need to make big mining complexes or the wood elf equivalent of it. But I do think that they are going to require more than just, for example, some iron that happens to be close to the surface for one pig iron reason, or marsh iron, or bog iron, or whatever else that you might be finding as one loose way of getting it. You're looking for something that's a bit deeper than that. And I do think that that sort of idea is a very good idea. Right, so moving back to my comments over here. Let's say... In LAWhammer, is Dar stagnating magic as corruptive as Warstone? No, it's not. It's corrupting, but nowhere near as much. Now, you can deal with Dar for some period of time and not mutate. In our game, we've got basically a rewrite of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1's Afflictions. Now, you may be aware of Afflictions. If you're not, I'll briefly discuss them. Afflictions were terrible things that would happen if you used too much dark magic. Now, in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1, it wasn't specifically called dark magic. It was necromancy or demonology or any other terrible magics. But effectively, it is what dark magic was sourced from. And these afflictions would do things like make you all wan and weird, or your face gets sunken, or you become, you look more and more like some sort of dodgy vampire, like sitting there nibbling away on teeth or doing something really weird. The afflictions were not mutations per se, but it was the corruption of the dark magic upon your physical corpus, your body. And we have that in our game, slightly different table. I'm not finished my table to my satisfaction because I want it to go higher than just 100. So I've got a few extra entries to write, but it's definitely there. So if you use dark magic or accidentally cause Dar to form through the course of your magic, it's possible that you'll get afflictions. They are not mutations. They're nowhere near as nasty as mutations, nor as egregious, not as big and potentially character ending. So loosely, Dar is not as bad. So Dar being black magic. Now, black magic in Warhammer can manifest in a variety of ways. It can be formed and crushed together by those who are dark magic users, those who can channel Dar. It can also happen naturally, where the magic, the winds of magic, they're floating around through the air, running across the land, going down through the earth, stagnate for one reason or another, in that they fall into a great swirl and stop moving. And then they start to merge. So the various winds of magic, there may be some green wind that slipped into the air, some bright red wind that drifts in, merge up, and they form into pools of Dar. Now, some parts of the Warhammer world naturally create Dar for one reason or another. Places like Nagaroth, Sylvania, there are Mousillon, there are lots of them all over the place. And you'll find lots of these all over the place. If you pass through those, you don't just turn into a mutant. You tend to find that everything gets a little bit, for want of a better description, darker. Your thoughts might turn darker. Your actions might turn darker. You might become more selfish, more obsessive, but it's nowhere near as bad as mutation. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Didn't they make the orcs based off the Scots? At least that's what a past Games Workshop writer mentioned. Yeah, I think that was actually Gav Thorpe who mentioned that one. The orcs, there are so many different things that you could say, but the most common one is football hooligans, and often Cockney ones at that. And a representation of what was happening in the 80s with various gangs of football hooligans moving around England in particular, although parts of Scotland as well, let's not forget. And these football hooligans were awful. And the orcs, many of the models look like football hooligans, particularly from back in those era. They spoke like Cockney Cockney geezers. But yes, there are some writers who have also loosely based them off the Scots. And it's fair to say that almost none of the good representations of orcs involved those racial stereotypes. It's when people were attempting to move beyond cultural norms and creating something new that the orcs were at their best. So yeah, Davy Jones, that has been mentioned more than once. Moving down, I'm just going to pull up one. Oh, that's why the Citadel is like, yeah, that's why the Citadel of Lead is named like that. And it is funny. You'll find that the Albion map is filled with lots of little snippets that when you find out why they are the way they are, they can't help but make you smile. I think Gav Thorpe is responsible for most of the ones that are on side the Dark Shadows Albion map. That's the most famous Albion map you'll find. It's the most recent one as well, and it's the one that's used by most others whenever they're doing a new version of Albion. So yeah, good times. Mornington Crescent comes in. Hello, Mornington Crescent. I think mostly Games Workshop doesn't want models that can be used in different game lines profit. Yes, I think that is definitely the case, but it's when they don't want it used across their own game lines that things seem a little bit odd. As in, I'm buying Skaven, but I can't use them in the old world. What? What? Yes, H.P. Lovecraft was also sexist, but then a man of his times, not really that surprising. And there's a nice line to be had here about mixing the art with the creators, and I think that it's very easily to take a privileged position and just take all the good stuff that you want and ignore all the bad stuff because it doesn't influence you. But yeah, Lovecraft was not a good person at all. Yeah. Anyway, let's move along. Let's grab another one as we move down. What do we have this time? Yes, of course, Hendrik. Strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. And I do think that there is going to be something in that. It's very hard not to pull on those jokes when you're playing a Bretonian. Hamburger Cat. Do Skaven like elf wine? That's a little bit like saying, do people like drinking wine? Everyone's different. I'm sure there are some Skaven who have got a taste for such things, particularly if they're in a position where they can actually grab hold of the stuff. The Skaven are somewhat, as a species, rapacious in their appetites. If they can take a thing, they will take a thing. If they can consume a thing, they will consume it. They are not entirely dissimilar, strangely enough, to rats. And they will eat their way through anything and drink their way through anything. So I think that the answer to that would probably be, yeah, sure. And some of them, definitely. It would be super easy to do. Hey, Patrick. Do not feel the need to do the voice. You can roleplay fine without ever speaking character. Yes, you can. But you'll find that for helping immersion, having a voice does make a significant difference. And it isn't hard. Generally, the biggest impediment to doing that is feeling embarrassed. And that's okay. And if it's not for you, you don't need to do it. And Patrick's spot on here. It's all about having fun and enjoying yourself. And what makes you most comfortable is almost certainly going to help you have the most fun you can. But having said that, pushing at the boundaries of where you're comfortable can sometimes take you to new places that you didn't expect to go and you find are even more fun than what you were doing before. So I both agree with this, and also would suggest that it is worth trying to push yourself to do other things. There's no correct way of doing this. Yeah, loosely speaking, yeah, you can do either. Let's have a quick check on the super chat side. Where was the last one? Was it Davy Jones? Thanks for the reply. I've already done that one. I think I did Heron as well, didn't I? Let me just check. Yes, tree singing, which means Gideon. Speaking of British reference humour, the Chaos Dwarves have an event in Total War that mentions their see it, slay it, sorted policy. Oh, Lindsay and I, whenever we go on trains, because this is a reference to the British Rail. It's not British Rail. How old am I? The National Rail, the trains, and their various see it, say it, sorted. And every single time we see it, we're like, why isn't it sorted? Because obviously that means that the person themselves almost feel compelled that they should then sort it. But nevertheless, every single time I say it, it bugs me. And yeah, you'll find that references like that proliferate pretty much all Warhammer goodies. They literally can't help themselves referencing everything. Right, so I will take a brief pause here to take another little drink. Cheers all. I didn't mention the second reason why I'm celebrating today. It was mentioned in the comments really, really far up. And that's that my daughter just got herself an unconditional acceptance to university to study doing game art, which is freaking awesome. I could not be happier for her. And if she does that, she'll end up in the same university that my other daughter's in, who is currently studying game design, which is just the freaking best. And if you're sitting out there going, games are a thing. Tell me about games, Andy. Well, I got a new game that's just gone up for pre-order, which you can get. Good old Andy Chambers, Mark Gibbons, and yes, I'm totally touting today because it is just up today, and I'm going to keep on saying this till the end of the bloody stream. If you'd like to pre-order our game and support us, please do so. It makes all the difference in the world. We don't have a great number of copies getting printed for Dark Deeds in our first print run, so it's actually relatively important for us that we sell through them nice and fast. So if you are thinking, oh, you know what, I wouldn't mind a funky board game where I can betray my friends and have loads of fun and laugh a lot, then please go take a look at it. The details, go take a look at it, pardon me. The details can be found over at rookerypublications.com if you want to see what the game is all about. Or alternatively, you can just pop over to Modifius's website. The links for the US or the UK version are sitting down in the video description on YouTube, and you could go pre-order it right now and make me the happiest man in the actual world. So if you want to make me happy, do please, if you can afford it, pre-order our game, because it is the best game ever. Patrick Mulligan says, I love doing voices myself. Yeah, me too. If you've watched any of my streams, I can't help myself. I do them terribly half the time, and I often mix my voices up, but I'm having fun. And ultimately, for me, that's what roleplay is all about. I like pushing my boundaries. There are some accents I literally can't do, no matter how many times I attempt it, but I still can't help myself giving it a go. So let's see you next. One from Garrett, 007. Is there a culture that uses something like water magic? Yes. There's a few. So we've got ourselves the good old Vampire Coast vampires that have all manner of watery-based magic down there. You'll also find that in some of the older sources, there was, in Marienburg, an entire set of water-based magic and sea-based magic that could be learned in one of their institutions. And I think that this is something that is bizarrely missing from Warhammer, largely because Warhammer is a game of land battle. And when we got a game like Man of War, they filled it with lots of spells that could be sea-based, but often attached them to one of the other winds. Like, for example, the Jade Wind often got all the watery-based stuff. And you'll find that there's a ton of water-based spells inside the Jade Wind. Jade has picked up pretty much all the water element stuff that you can get out there, plus all the healing spells. It's the wind of life, so to speak, and it's a flowing wind that gushes across the land like a tide. So the answer to that is yes. Now, a whole culture. Well, you've got Cathains, you've got little watery bits. You're going to find a bunch of the Eastern societies in the Warhammer world are going to have themselves some more basic elemental magic that does indeed work on water. If you go back to elementalism as it's being presented inside Warhammer the Old World, you've got basic water elementalism in there as well as part of their elementalist spell lists. So loosely speaking, there's tons of water magic. In terms of single cultures, there's not really a monoculture that deals with it, but it is tempting to just say fishmen. If you want to know more about Warhammer's fishmen, we did a video on that. You'll find that on that's on the LAWhammer channels, as I recall. So the fishmen videos on the LAWhammer channels, it's from Lore Beards, where Sotek and I discuss the mysterious fishmen. Super fun. Super random question. Have I played RuneQuest? Oh, hell yes. And have you kept up with any of the new releases? They're having a golden age for their cult books. They are, and the art is unbelievably good. I almost worked on them, actually. When I was over at... Let me see. So, when was this? 2019, 2020, somewhere around there. I was over at Gen Con, and I was picking up the award for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4 for Best Writing. And I was over there, and I'd worked with Chaosium on multiple projects in the past, including a bunch of Cthulhu ones. And I had just resigned at Gen Con from the producer job. And I had been asked not to tell anybody that I'd resigned, which was a bit of a pain because literally everybody in the entire industry was there. And I could have very easily touted myself off to everyone and got 1,000 jobs. But when I was there, I was chatting to one of the owners of Chaosium, and they're like, right, we want you to work on the updated new parts of RuneQuest because we'd really like to have your maps in there. And I almost did. I was like this close. But Rookery stuff came up, other jobs came up, and that didn't happen. Have I kept up with the books? I'm aware of them rather than having kept up. I've got the RuneQuest starter set, which I really quite like. It was fascinating seeing how the starter sets from other companies changed after we did the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay starter set. It almost started a renaissance of creating starter sets that were complete starter sets, not just this is something for newbies to give a go, which is what the classic starter set was at that point. Think of the D&D starter set. And when we created the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay starter set, it was a starter set for everybody. And it was super fun seeing the impact that had in the market as then the Cthulhu starter set came out, the RuneQuest one, and they were complete starter sets for the whole system, which I really, really appreciated. So have I kept up with it? Yes. Have I played the game? I've been playing RuneQuest since I was about 8. I freaking love the game. Absolutely love the game. I think that there are parts of it I would change if I was doing it, but isn't that the way that we always think about games? Let me just double check if there's a super chat that I've missed. Yes, there is. Hey, Heron. What's my favorite electoral province and why? It is hard. I've written about all of them. Right, so this is a little bit like choosing between your babies. And I know that's a cliche, but it's real. I've written material for all of them, and I love them all for different reasons. Whether it's they are rich, they're poor, they're together, they're not together, they're Talites, they're Ulricans, they're Sigmarites, they have worshipped long dead gods, whatever it might be. The Horse Lords from the south, or the Sylvanians, or Ostermark. I love Ostermark, and over by the Veld. And one of the other things that I've done is I've mapped it all as well. So I've picked apart all the tiny little details that each one of those provinces offer. And I've had to think about the gaps in the lore as well when I was mapping areas which were just almost lore free. And I had to figure out, well, what would be there if it wasn't lore free? So I not only know all the lore as it stands, I also know all the lore that I patched everything up with. So it's a really tough question, Heron, and I really appreciate it because it's made me think. I am going to give a different answer every time I answer this. So that is what my answer is going to be as I'm about to move on to it. That the answer I'm about to provide is today's answer. If you ask me again in a different stream, I will give you a different answer. So right now, I am working for LAWhammer on a version of Middenheim. And reworking my way through everything that city offers has almost ignited a new love affair with it. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's episode, for example, of LAWhammer, where we're going to get to start hopefully plumbing through parts of the city. And it's really made me appreciate everything that city offers, the surrounding lands, its relationship with Nordland. I really love Nordland. So for today, my favorite province is Middenheim, and that's because I'm working on it and adding new detail and really enjoying the whole process. I don't have a lot of time, free time that is, to do this. Most of my time is spent doing rookery things, writing up new bits, editing stuff, and I value my time quite a lot. And the material that I'm building for Middenheim it's like an hour here, next week another couple of hours. It's my free time, so to speak, and it hasn't felt like a chore, and that is relatively rare when I have a lot that I need to do. So it's been super fun. So yeah, let's say Middenheim for this time. I want to ask a thing about Galrauch. Galrauch. Fuck that name. Galrauch. Can the demon be banished somehow? If not, what would happen to Galrauch if possible? Right, so thanks, Alexander. We did actually answered this in the stream. If you haven't checked the Galrauch stream, I recommend you do so. I'm outside of that stream, so I'm going to call him Galrauch because that's what I call him. I'm Scottish. The CH to me is a good, hard sound. It's Galrauch. It's not Galrauch as far as I'm concerned. Galrauch, as I said at the beginning of our Galrauch stream, sounds like to me like Oscar the Grouch. It's like, oh, Galrauch, I'm in a big huff. Yeah, I'm not having any of that. So, can the demon be banished somehow? The answer is absolutely not, except if he can. The core concept of that character is that he can't be. So to banish him would be to weaken what that character presents for the Warhammer setting as a whole. But Warhammer is big. There are always ways to do absolutely anything. So the answer is, yes, sure, there'll be a way to do it somehow. But truth be told, it will never happen because it's got a greater demon of Tzeentch in it. And that greater demon will outwit you every single time. It certainly outwitted Galrauch. Galrauch is screwed. And that is ultimately the whole point of the character. Galrauch is screwed. The story of Galrauch should be how it gets out of it and dies, not it gets out of it scot-free. That'll never, ever happen. The end of Galrauch is Galrauch's death. So what would happen to Galrauch if possible? He'd die. Ultimately, he'd die. His body is it just wouldn't be good. But you could build a story if you wish to do so, where Galrauch somehow gets rid of the greater demon and somehow becomes that golden drake that it was in the past, long time ago with its rider. If you wish to do so, you absolutely could. And I feel that would undermine the story of Galrauch and sort of the point, but you could still build a really cool story with it. So I see no reason why you shouldn't, because the answer is, yeah, there would be a way to do it. And if you wanted to, you could. And there would almost certainly be a way you could survive as well, because Warhammer's big enough to do almost anything if you wish to do so. But narratively speaking, that's almost certainly never going to happen. Pre-order incoming! Yay! Still loading! You rock! I love you. You're the best. Taking a drink. If you want to join Still Loading, you can still do so. In fact, you're probably going to be able to do so for a wee while, because the main touting of this pre-order won't be for a good week or so yet. So do go check the pre-order links. If you are on YouTube, you'll find them sitting inside the video's description right now. Thank you very much, Still Loading. That's really appreciated. You absolutely rock. Okay, so I'm just going to jump on the next quote. Let's see what we've got. Always appreciate the Warhammer Fantasy chats. Thanks, Tobias. With the old world back in full swing, the Dwarves relaunch announced, indeed. Was there any Dwarf Lord in particular you were hoping to see return along with Ungrim? As I sit here with my messy beard, thinking about dwarfy things, is there any I was particularly looking forward to? Not really. And that isn't to say that I wouldn't appreciate any Thorgrim or any dwarf, really, that they might bring to the table. I would. It's that I don't really have preferences in that case. When I saw Ungrim, I was like, holy shit, yeah, Ungrim, yeah, that made me super happy. But I wouldn't say that if it'd been a different dwarf, I'd have been happier or sadder. It'd just been a different one, I'd been happy. For me, my biggest issue was there were so few new models. I would have really liked to see something more than just a shield bearer and Ungrim. And yeah, that shield bearer can be built in slightly different ways, but it was pretty poor, at least from my perspective, as a massive new release for the dwarves. It felt like they were just trying to get as much as they could out of their existing model range, and I wasn't the happiest that I could have been, while simultaneously super pleased to see Ungrim. So I wouldn't say that I was particularly looking for any one thing other than another. Good point, Quintus Fontaine, who says, I mean, ice magic's technically water magic, kinda. Suppose it is. Uh-oh, Singemeister's about to ask a question. Here we go, you all ready? Whew. Andy, would, should you make the pygmies racist even from the name itself for modern Warhammer, or would you resign them to the trash bin of deeply uncomfortable and problematic designs? Yes, but. So, first, could, yes, you could. Would, I would not. Should, you probably shouldn't. Make the pygmies. The pygmies are racist. They're in so many ways. I don't know if you've seen the artwork for them inside the 3rd edition Armyless Warhammer Armies, but they are actually awful. They are beyond racist stereotypes that are ugly to look at. And I have spoken to someone who's part of that book. Again, I shall keep my names. Who looked back at it. We were discussing it and was appalled. Another way of putting it. Literally looked at it and went, "Holy shit!" But they didn't know. And it's not just that they didn't know. They just didn't know. They had no awareness at all. They were blind to it. And the apologies that came concerning that were not exactly thick and fast from Games Workshop, but certainly have been from various authors, writers, artists over the course of time. When they look back at some of their work and go, yeah, it's a different era, but still, that's not exactly acceptable. Now, does that mean that we can't have ourselves various indigenous peoples that live across the Warhammer world? Of course not. And yes, in fact, the opposite should be the case. They are there and we should be tackling them. It's all about how they're tackled. The pygmy concept, you throw out the window and you replace it with something better. You replace it with a variety of different civilizations, not just the low, they're all, simple creatures that are going to be dominated by external empires. They are slaves to come. That is just freaking bad. There is a host of things that you could do which would make for a super fascinating setting. As we discussed earlier in the stream, you need to get yourself some sensitivity readers, you need to broaden your writing base, and you could probably create a whole bunch of really cool stuff. But redoing this, I strongly recommend against it. Harry Cameron says, damn, I wish you'd been able to work on RuneQuest. Yeah, me too. It was looking like a super fun job, especially with the maps. What they produced is beautiful, but occasionally less than usable. And that was my issue when I was looking through it. Yeah, there's some gorgeous stuff, but sometimes it wasn't quite what was needed for everyone doing their thing. Yeah, I loosely agree. Hey, Phil, actually, you mentioned the designers of Blood Bowl actually didn't like being tied to Warhammer Universe. Can you talk more about that? So this has come up in a variety of different ways at a variety of different times. And yeah, I've spoken to a bunch of people, but a lot of my information here comes second hand because I've never spoken to Jervis about it, ever. I've only ever spoken to Jervis once in my life. And everything that he had regrets with and literally missed him like ships in the night 1,000 times. I spoke to him once at Games Day. That was it. But I've spoken to lots of people who spoke to Jervis, and I've spoken to lots of people who made comments about what Jervis was saying and a lot of the team that was working around it. But I don't like passing on second-hand knowledge because sometimes it's not necessarily accurate. So I'm going to be loose with my answer here because I don't want to put words in other people's mouths. But I will say that broadly speaking, there was a definite lack of interest from some quarters in Blood Bowl being tied directly to Warhammer because it was limiting and it meant that there were certain things that they would love Blood Bowl to have covered that they no longer could. Now, I think it's fair to say that the modern version of Blood Bowl doesn't feel like it's got that limitation. For example, very recently, gnomes were released to Blood Bowl. And you may note that gnomes have been a deeply controversial species for the Warhammer side of affairs. But over in Blood Bowl, totally fine. Indeed, Blood Bowl is happily diving down into a variety of different expressions of species that you could argue they're Warhammer creatures, but they're definitely manifesting differently in Blood Bowl, and that's when it's at its best. As I recall, it was pretty sure it's Matt Forbeck who wrote the at least some of the novels. I've spoken to Matt a good number of times, and his novel's very much dialed into it being its own unique thing. It's its own universe, it's its own thing, and it's not Warhammer. And when it's not Warhammer, it can do what it wants creatively, and it doesn't need to feel like it's transgressing on Warhammer's toes and doing things that people who play Warhammer will say something along the lines of, well, we want that now. And the Warhammer people who are running that go, well, that's not Warhammer. You can't do that. Then they turn to Blood Bowl and say, stop doing that. And immediately the Blood Bowl people are like, well, this sucks. And that gives a very strong reason for why tying it to Warhammer is not necessarily great. But I would argue also tying it to Warhammer also makes it great, because we get things like war dancers inside the Wood Elf team rather than just generic elves. We get ourselves very strongly themed human teams, and with our Imperial team, for example, which looks proper Empire and is super fun. Because of that, we get ourselves our hobgoblins alongside our chaos dwarves. We get ourselves a variety of different creatures that are Games Workshop specific, Skaven at the very least, that would not be there if it was just generic fantasy football. So in general, it absolutely benefits from being able to draw from Warhammer, but it is at its worst when Warhammer dictates what it can use. So I hope that that gives you somewhat of an answer to that, because I think that's a nice way of looking at it. Hey, Heron, on the subject of dwarves, says Heron, you mentioned before that you had an idea similar to Paths for dwarf careers. Yes, I did. Would you be willing to share more details of what you had in mind? Right, so I'll give a loose description here. I was obviously going to have a dwarf character inside LAWhammer, and that didn't happen. When I was organizing how we were going to be handling each of the different species, I was going to be building up an entirely new career structure for how dwarves work, because they have a far more structured life. And I was going to be balancing that off with the Imperial dwarves that were less structured by their clan needs, which allowed the Imperial dwarves to be quite unique. Basically, dwarf stats, but with far more freedom of career choice. Basically, career choice of wherever it is that you happen to be coming from, which made them super fun. Wherever you were from the Caracan Corps and you were working within the clan structure, which is effectively like a caste structure, and could arguably be seen in lots of negative ways. It was a far more restrictive process for moving through your careers. Now, I had not drilled it all down because I didn't need it. And thus it became thoughts and nothing more than thoughts, and has no balance behind it, where the path structure, which I'm just about finished with the elves, and it's pretty heretical history. The path structure is very balanced now and works really well and really makes the elves super fun to play, but super restrictive. Really like where it's landed. The dwarves were going to be less restrictive than the paths, a bit more freedom, but they're going to be probably restricted by the type of clans that you were involved with, because they have a caste system. And they were also going to be honor based and grounded in a host of effectively oaths that would be working there as well. The oaths in particular were effectively the manifestation of dwarf religion. The Slayer oath being the most obvious one, when you effectively join the cult of Grimnir, the Slayer cult. And so oaths, restricted clan careers, and a whole lot of thought to make sure that all of dwarven society could be encapsulated in something that was super fun. And I would be drawing upon relatively heavily, at least a good chunk of the lore from Stone and Steel, because caps off to Alfred, good book, and trying to rationalize that as a bunch of careers and restricting dwarves because they have better stats, and they would be gaining some extra special rules as well. All dwarves, at least all the dwarves we'd have in our ones, would have too stubborn to die, effectively a whole bunch of special rules that I'd be putting in place to make dwarves unique and different, because one of the great joys of playing different species is having something that's different to play. And if they're all just humans with slightly different numbers attached to them, I'm not really interested in making them, because there's not really anything interesting to make. I want to make my species unique, fascinating, interesting, and fun to play. And when I'm doing it for my own games, which is obviously the case for LAWhammer, I can do whatever I want. I can make it as Warhammer as I want without someone who is responsible for the IP. In this case, it'd be Games Workshop, I suppose, saying, yeah, you can't do that because we've never done that before. And I'd be like, yeah, fair enough, but that's what your book suggests should be the case. And they're like, yeah, if we're doing that, maybe we should do that. And it's like, okay, so I can't do it then. Bah. Now, when I'm working for someone like Games Workshop, I would never even offer a good chunk of what I would do for my own games because it's so out there. What I'd do instead is reflect their world perfectly because that's my job. My job is to take their stuff and make it shine. But when I'm doing it for my own games, my job is to take their world and turn it into something that I think is better. Now, you might disagree. You might do it a different way, but that's largely where I probably go. Really, I probably wouldn't, Mornington Crescent. Oh, no. The same applies here for Patrick. No, I would not be liking to take someone else's culture and do that to them. That is not what I'd be doing. If a dwarf, chaos dwarf, and a greenskin had a free-for-all, who would try to fight who first? Oh, well, so who would try to fight whom first? Wow. Yeah, it's a fight, isn't it? I mean, seriously, Zane, who does go first? It's a good question. Whoever's got the highest initiative. So in that group, wow, that's a question because they'd all be very similar. Yeah, it's just gonna be a free for all. They're all gonna be fighting each other. It's gonna be absolutely nasty. The chaos dwarf hates the dwarf hates the chaos dwarf. The chaos dwarf hates the greenskin hates the dwarf. The greenskin probably hates the chaos dwarf. The chaos dwarf probably doesn't hate the greenskin. So the greenskin is going to be attacking the dwarf. The chaos dwarf is going to be attacking the dwarf. Dwarf dies first, chaos dwarf, then enslaves greenskin. Bad choice there, greenskin. Yeah, so there is a certain amount of waiting there that you might not have initially considered. Oh, the artwork is straight. Oh, if you just looked it up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's yeah, it's bad. Yeah, so Singemeister, yes. If you've checked that, it's really bad. So let's just move that past that one. Hey, the Jakua. Do I have a favorite depiction of an Arthurian legend? I grew up watching the movie Excalibur for all my sins. And I watched it at the right age where it just gripped me and I loved it. So I can't help but love that piece of 80s gorgeousness that is Excalibur. I need to get a skull cap for my Merlin. So I am strongly influenced by that. I can't deny it. It's brilliant. If I look around all the various other ones, I mean, they're all going to pale into insignificance because of that. And I'm ranging everything here from like Marvel examples through to, say, Bernard Cromwell, through to the actual romance itself. I studied that at a university in English, actually. Didn't like it that much, which was disappointing. It was all right. Going back to the original poems. Yeah, I can't believe I'm going to land on Excalibur, but I totally am. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Gentleman Savage, what have you got to say? I personally take a lot of effort to be accurate in my conveyance of elements of ancient history and culture. That seems fair. But I'm not sure the places I consciously change it to reflect back on the inspiration. Yeah, it's well, it's one of the joys of Warhammer, because I am conscious not to convey elements of ancient history and culture in my Warhammer. I am quite conscious to recognize where some of it has come from. But I am much more interested in making it Warhammer than I am in making it Real Hammer or some equivalent. If I wanted to play a medieval game, I'd go and play RuneQuest or something similar to that. I wouldn't play. Oh, a medieval game would not be RuneQuest, and we have to hark it back for RuneQuest. But I would play a game that's set there. Ours Magicka, for example, for a nice medieval game, but with a bit of magic thrown in. There are other games that do that job, and that's when dialing down the history is a good thing. Vampire was super fun because we played through real world history, but seen through a lens darkly. That worked really well. But for Warhammer, I much prefer creating Warhammer, not trying to reflect reality, because Warhammer just isn't reality. At the very least, they've got flying creatures. That alone changes everything. What you can do with your walls? Magic. Man, everything's different. Hey, Cadane. Hey, Andy. Hey, Cadane. 2 copies of Dark Deeds ordered. Oh, one for a present. How's all your building work and repairs going? Okay, so I actually have something I can say in this, but thanks, Cadane. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you very much for doing the pre-order. You absolutely rock. You're the best. I love you. 2 orders. And if you're out there going, what the hell is he talking about because you've arrived late in the stream, today is Dark Deeds Day. And by that I mean the game has just gone up in pre-order and you can go pre-order it yourself. What is Dark Deeds, you might say? It is the new game coming from Rookery Publications, which is a company that I co-own with 2 of our LAWhammer chums and Mark Gibbons, who is also one of the designers on the game alongside Andy Chambers. And I did a little bit of development work in there as well. It is an absolutely marvellous game involving minions backstabbing their way across the city, trying to gain the favour of a mysterious and dark patron. Doesn't take very long to play. You'll be able to do it in, about an hour or so, an hour and a half. And it's extraordinarily fun. We have been playing it so much of late here, and we will be doing some live streams of it relatively soon, because we freaking love the game. So you can go and pre-order that right now. If you're not sure where you can pre-order it, go check the description in YouTube, assuming you're watching on YouTube, because the description of the video has got a link over to either the US hub or the UK hub with Modifius, because Modifius are our publishers, and you can go order it from them right now. And if you're like Cadane, you can order 2 copies. Oh, we're not worthy. You rock. So 2 copies ordered. Marvellous. 1 for a present. How's my building work and repairs going? So the room here isn't. It's on pause while my office gets done. But if you happen to use Discord, I can actually give you an image of where my office currently is, because I posted it up there just the other day. So let me just go grab that image and I'll post it in the comments so you can all go have a look if you happen to be... so this is Total War. I dropped in it. There it is. So let me just go here. Copy message link. Right, I'm just going to grab that for you. I'm going to post it up right. Control V. There. Okay, so if you click that link, you'll see exactly where the building is and that. The actual outside building, it's a conversion of my garage, has been done. Our architect redesigned the entire thing. It's been rebuilt completely from the ground up. They're currently doing the plumbing and finishing off the decorating on the inside. There's still a good couple of weeks away, Lindsay? 2 weeks? Yeah, we're still a couple of weeks before it's finished in there. We're just tomorrow or the next day, we're going to be ordering the carpet to go down inside the main room. The reason I'm putting carpet into the main room is because that deadens sound better for when we're doing streaming, because if I have just all open walls and a hard floor, it'll be very echoey in there, which nobody really wants to hear when we're doing streaming. So, yeah, it's going really well. We're about 2 weeks away from doing that. Once that's finished, we're redoing this room entirely, and I will have, for the first time in about 7 months, an actual proper living room without my office taking up a small section of it because I've had to move in here, which is the freaking worst. So thank you, Cadane. You kick ass. It was brilliant. Apotep says, the biggest sin they did with the new Blood Bowl is giving the listener... I've actually been playing a lot of Blood Bowl 3 at the moment because it was the game that was free on... I say free. It's the game that PS Plus gave for free to people who subscribe. And I've been really enjoying it. I find my biggest problem is that I keep on screwing up the interface. And by that I mean I press the wrong button and do something wrong. So it means I've got 2 losses on my current team, which should never have happened. I'm still gutted. And out of the 6 draws I have, only 2 of them should have been draws, but I didn't do a blitz. I just walked up beside them and I was like, oh no, I can't blitz. Oh man, I did it wrong again. Or I did something else wrong with the interface. So I found my biggest issue, because I'm playing on PS5, is that I do small interface issues. It's a pain in the neck. Hey, Time Restraint, thank you very much. Super appreciated for the cheer. Congrats, Andy and the team on the launch. Thank you. It's been super fun so far. Few Lord Bears episodes to go, but I would love to hear what design concepts you have for the logo for incorporating Lord Bear design opposite Sotex. Yeah, I don't, which is really disappointing. Indeed, if anyone's got any ideas for good logos for LAWhammer, I would love to hear them, because all the ones that I've attempted to draw, and I will be drawing it myself because I'm an idiot, just haven't worked. They just don't look good, and I don't like them. So if you've got any ideas, drop them down into our Discord channel. I just posted a link, just in the chat a couple of posts ago, to the current progress for my office. So you've got a link through into Discord if you're not part of our Discord already. Go click on that There'll be a channel up there somewhere, a general channel or whatever, or LAWhammer channel actually. Pop in there and give us an idea for what we could do for a logo. We've been discussing it behind the scenes a few times. In particular, Ed has said, "Where's the freaking logo?" multiple times to me, which is a fair ask. And we don't have one. I don't know what to do for it. Every single thing I've attempted just didn't look quite right. So you've got a good idea, particularly if you're a logo designer out there, do give it to me because I kind of need one. Nevertheless, thank you very much, Time Restraint. Super appreciated for that. Hey, RB20 guy. LAWhammer, how would you recommend doing character creation and first adventures for my kids when we start playing Warhammer Roleplay 8 and 13? They want to play because of you and Sandman. Oh, lovely. Okay, so RB20 guy, what I recommend is just going step by step through the character creation process that's inside the rulebook. It will give you a nice structure, and because it's random, it will give you some random bits and bobs that the kids can play with. I wouldn't give them too many choices, and by that I mean you can, for example, randomly choose your species or get some XP, make a choice between them, and maybe choose one of your species. If they can choose, they will hum and haw. Depending on your kids, they might not. They might already know what they want. But generally, I find that if they don't really understand the actual differences between the choices, they will sometimes just get caught up in it. So it's better to just randomize the thing all the way through and just let it land wherever it lands. And if there's particular parts they don't like, just change it, because the whole concept of this is that they build something that they really like and they have fun with. When it comes to the career, though, I would definitely give them a moment where they could, for example, choose maybe one of three. And I wouldn't worry too much about the XP. When it comes to the species, I'd let them probably just be whatever they wanted to be, because that's more fun. But the random part of it should probably not be dismissed. So you could say, roll it, see what you get. Oh, I got a human. Great. Do you want to be one? No, I want to be an elf. Well, if you want to be an elf, that's okay. Or alternatively, you get one. They're like, oh, you've rolled a dwarf. That's really rare. They're like, oh, I rolled a dwarf. That's great. Allow the dice to provide excitement for the whole situation. But loosely speaking, because it's mostly randomized, if you've got a character sheet pre-prepared for them already, or a digital one if you're doing it on iPad or something similar, then all they're really doing is dropping some numbers in. Once you've got the numbers in, though, can't recommend enough giving them some examples so they understand what they mean. So, for example, if they roll up their weapon skill of 33, get a D100 out. Let them see if they can pass or fail their 33 test. Tell them what it means. Say, okay, you've rolled 33. That means if you roll 33 or less, you hit someone. If you roll over, you'll probably miss. Let's roll some dice and show you how it works. And they'll get it really quickly. And the system is particularly easy for kids to grasp, contrary to many people's expectations. So I would loosely do that. I would potentially as well simplify the rules in general. And I have already posted up a whole variety of different rules that I use over in LAWhammer. So go check the LAWhammer Patreon if you want to see. All the stuff we put up on LAWhammer Patreon is free. We don't hide any of it behind a paywall. The paywall stuff is all for like extra commentaries and secret stuff or whatever. The Patreon over there is actually for helping us build our garage and our studio and all the rest. It's nothing to do with our streams, really. Everything that we do up there is 100% free. So if there's any ideas you might find useful, do pop over there. Hey, Shadowkin, aka Stuart T. When was the last mention of Zotes? And did you ever do anything with Zotes? I did. And last mention of Zotes, Blubble, I mentioned of it all over the place. Zotes we mentioned all over the place. And they're inside, they're inside Warhammer 8 in a few places. They're mentioned a couple of times in Total War as well. I did some fan stuff for Zotes for Warpstone magazine. If you don't know what Warpstone magazine is, let me just quickly describe it. Warpstone magazine is a fan magazine for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. It existed through the 90s mostly and into the noughties, and shut down, I don't know, must be around like 2010, 12, somewhere in there. And I was involved near the end of it and did a bunch of bits of art and such like for them. And I did support art for the Zote articles that they had. And the Zote articles they had, I think it was written by Robin Lowe, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong. Apologies out there if I've got that wrong, Robin. They were super fun. So do check that out. There's digital copies of Warpstone out there somewhere probably, or you can buy them physically and they cost a bajillion pounds on the internet. So that was the last time I actually did anything properly with Zotes, but I've used Zotes in my games frequently. I haven't done anything official with Zotes because when I was working on second edition, they were not to be used. And when I was working on 4th edition, they were allowed to be used. I was intending on using them inside the bestiary I had planned, but I resigned from the job before we did the writing of the bestiary as I planned it. So I didn't do anything for Zotes in there. Hey, Gideon, do you think that given their location in the Warhammer world, it could be cool if the Sky Titan fortresses resembled the Dzong's fortress monasteries of Tibet and Bhutan? You know what? I do think that there could be something there to create something that is culturally different, because a lot of Warhammer stuff really, really, really leans on Western mythology and iconography. And even when they go east, in terms of the terms of West and East as we generally use them, it's often seen through the lens of the West. So I think it could be super fun to create something new, fascinating, and exciting that just doesn't feel like everything else. So the answer to that, I would generally say, is yes. Hi boss. Hey, was Sotek here? I didn't see him. Has he made a post and I missed it? If so, sorry for missing it there, Sotek. I'm definitely not seeing it there. Oh man, that's deeply annoying. Anyway, let's carry on. Wait a minute. I feel cursed. That's not there. So, maybe you're saying that to me, thinking that I'm Lord Master Sotek. If so, hi. Sure. Hi. Extra 5 years for only. It's sad. It is a little bit. R.A. Cameron, not to keep dipping into the Chaosium well, but Pendragon is a great version. Yeah. So I've talked with the current developer, I think he's still the current developer of Pendragon. You'll find that over on Rookery Publications. We've got a lovely chat about doing generational games and playing down through. In fact, I'm going to actually look that one up, because I think anyone out there that is interested in playing a different sort of game will get a kick out of this one. So give me a second while I just look that up over in the background. Oh, I've accidentally started a video as I drop onto that station. So I think that was season 5, I'm going to guess. I'm going to go check our playlists. Oh no, I've started videos. Oh man. So anyway, yeah, I spoke to him. I'll get the link for it later. Yeah, I had a big long chat with them, and it was super, super fun. I think Pendragon is a great game. I've played it quite a lot, mostly when I was younger, but I do think it is worth it. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I've just spotted a post, which I'm going to immediately bring up. You've got to take a sip of your drink after today's pre-orders. Should be 2 sips, really. Well, let's just finish this one and pour myself a new drink, eh? Thanks, Kadane, for doing the pre-orders. You rock. I'm going to quickly pour myself a new drink. That was a very strong point there, Quintus Fontaine. I will also note, some of you out there might be going, aren't you Scottish? Why are you drinking Jack Daniels? Isn't that heresy? For many Scots people, yes, it is. I don't like whiskey. I said it. Yeah, I said it. So I think I've missed a couple of points posts here, so I'm going to go back. Right, here we go. Hey, Hammond, where did Chavs go on holiday? Edinburgh. See, Cameron. Oh, godly. So, rainbow feathers represent fate. Ooh, what significance is there in you often wearing a crown of rainbows? Fate. So, are we talking about this? So I don't wear that in the streams. I will say, answering a slightly different question, that the things that I wear and the choices that I make whilst I'm streaming all have been done for a reason. So if I happen to be wearing, I don't know, a badge, I'll be wearing that for a reason. But when I'm just in this stream, there is no actual consequence for this. I just like rainbows. I like rainbows a lot. Because lots of reasons. Hey, Laughing God. How would you write a beast of Gavaudan? I don't want to pronounce that wrong. Type story for Warhammer. How would you mix up things up or stick to the core of it? Is there one in Warhammer? So this is where I show my ignorance. What the heck's the beast of Gavaudan? Oh, sometimes things like so. The Beast of Gavaudan, 2003 film. Have I got a film that I've got to watch that I haven't watched? Have I watched it? Oh, that's looking really familiar. Oh, wait a minute. Wolves. Right, so I'm going to have to go rewatch that movie first, Laughing God, because I think I've seen it, but the movie I'm thinking of, I think I've seen it, but like about 20 years ago. That being the case, I don't want to make comments that are literally not applicable to the question that you've made. Bring this one back with me. I am going to go out and find myself a copy of this. I'm going to go add it to my notes. Now, if you don't know, I have a memory like a sieve. So I have to constantly give myself notes and references for everything. Now, there's two reasons for this. One, my brain doesn't really work like most other people's brains, but beyond that, after I caught COVID for the first time, I got it really badly. The brain fog on my side is super, super high. You might be surprised because I tend to remember most of my Warhammer gubbins quite well, but in comparison to what I was like before COVID, where I would never need to reference a book, I would never forget everything, my mind's like Swiss cheese by comparison. Pretty sure I've watched that movie, but I'd like to rewatch it again before I answer your question. So apologies for not being able to just pull out an answer for you there. The Gentleman Savage is back. Follow up. If Warhammer isn't history, why the fear that certain depictions of fantasy cultures would offend real world members of related groups? Because some people just do that. It's not supposed to be just history, but some people do just make it history. And some writers, particularly back in the past, when all they were doing was going, well, here's all the models that we have. Let's just write vaguely fantasy versions of them. They did very bad and often offensive stuff, some of which is offensive to this day and causes offense. And that is the opposite of what you want to be doing when we're all playing a game and trying to have fun. You don't want to be not only alienating potential customers, but also making them hate the game that you've done and you as an author. That's why whenever I try to create something new for Warhammer, if it's going to be something that has got, say, for example, similar cultural norms to something that does come from, say, history, I'll be looking to make the Warhammer version of it, and I'll most certainly be wanting to work with people who understand that culture better than I do. And that applies for pretty much all cultures except for maybe the German one, which is a horrible thing to admit, but Warhammer has so badly screwed up everything that is the empire to the point that it just no longer is anything really like what the Holy Roman Empire was, that there's almost no point in saying, let's bring myself in someone who understands the Holy Roman Empire better than I do. Plus, I've read an awful lot of it over time. But there is definitely a fear there. And it's not because Warhammer is this historic. It's because Warhammer has been badly written in the past multiple times. And it's something I'd rather avoid doing. I mean, why would you want to upset anyone? Hi, Andy. What's up with the ancient Roman Empire? Yeah, that's a fun one, isn't it? This is something that has bounced in and out of the setting. I'll get to it in a second because I need to have a small drink. Nice. Right, so, in fact, I need to take 2 drinks because somebody did the pre-order and I didn't actually properly take 2 drinks before. Right, so, Remus, Tillian City, down in the Tillian City states. And Remus, with its Romulus and Remus, Romulus, Rome, Remus, Reem, I suppose. And you got the ancient Roman Empire. This has fluctuated in and out of the setting multiple times. If we take, for example, the Dogs of War presented many of the Tillian units in an almost Roman-style fashion. And some of the more recent fantasy roleplay books have definitely made reference to the Roman Empire. I strongly hinted that that Myrmidia was at the heart of much of the Roman Empire stuff with some of my original writing. So the what's up with it is it sort of exists, but no one really quite is aware of how best to do it because no one has sat down and written it properly because we've never had a proper Tillian book. And that is a problem. Tillia should be as important and as developed as any other part of the old world. The Empire, cough, cough, cough. But it isn't. It's had a couple of Warhammer fantasy battle stabs, particularly the Dogs of War. It's had occasional extra detail added in some computer games and novels. And it has had some loose stabs in like books like Up in Arms and similar. And it definitely exists, but exactly how it exists has not really been properly detailed in a way that Games Workshop would agree with. And that's the most important bit. And by that I mean, it needs to be done by Games Workshop. Simply writing it into a roleplay book or a novel in no way ties Games Workshop's hands. And when they eventually get there, they will redo it. So I think you'll find that the old world may be our best place to see if they do anything with it. But given the amount of lore that they're adding to their books there, I'm not particularly hopeful. So it's a thing that existed. It was probably an empire. Myrmidia, by my writing, are about 300 IC, so 2,200 years ago, bound all of Estalia and Tilia together under a single rule before an assassination attempt by the Skaven. The later write-ups have moved that date a couple of paces, and if anything, have messed up the entire myth and turned it into something else. So there's lots of different conflicting stories now, and you can pretty much choose whichever one you want. There is sadly not a fixed answer to that. I'm sorry to see, EJ. Hey, Ricky, are there any demon princes that ride dragons? I'm sure there's going to be some somewhere. I find the idea that there's not relatively low, particularly given just how big dragons can be in the Warhammer world. If you were looking at it from the perspective of the fantasy battle game, yeah, no. Not only because it's not an option, but because the greater, even the biggest dragon models really don't fit a giant demon prince on them, given the size of the demon princes. Maybe a Forge World dragon. But even then, it'd be one heck of a conversion. But in the broader Warhammer world, definitely. I saw many other depictions before Excalibur, and Excalibur ended up my favorite too. Yeah, me too. The cheesiness was jarring at first, but really ends up roping you in with the kind of romanticism I think you need. Yeah, I can't help but not like it. Hey, Hawk! I can see Dark Deeds being used for a DM's turn of games like Stars Without Numbers and Blades in the Dark. Yeah, and it can be used in a variety of fun ways. We're going to be detailing, as I said, I don't want to go into this too heavily here. For all this is I'm super glad that the game is here. You can go pre-order it now. I may have said that a couple of times in the stream. Go check the video description if you'd like to pre-order our funky game of Dark Deeds, and you should pre-order it. It's awesome. But I'm not going to go into any great detail for different ways that it could be used as part of a roleplay game. So, for example, to track certain things that are happening in your game or whatever, because I intend to do that this weekend on Saturday. We're going to be sitting down with Mark and having a good, lovely chat about it. And Mark has actually spoken to people who use the first edition of the game as a variety of different tools for their role-playing sessions, which I just think is beautiful, using a game that's not necessarily designed for that. To do exactly what I always do with my games anyway, which is add mini games. Like, for example, in my games, I use Blood Bowl for my Midden Ball games, but I have rewritten all the rules to be Midden Ball, not Blood Bowl. So that's super fun. So yeah, you can definitely do that. Go check my blog over on Patreon. You'll find a free set of rules that respond to this. If you're listening to this and have no idea what I'm talking to, Sharukin says, any thoughts about the old Warhammer Fantasy rules for insanity and mental illnesses? So I've got a blog, an article up called Stress, which effectively adds in the equivalent of mental illness rules. They were pretty much banned from 4th edition. I wasn't allowed to add any, so I didn't. The mental mutations are not supposed to be even close to a replacement to the insanity or mental health rules. That's not what they're for. They are mental mutations. You are a mutant if you have them. You are not someone who has got a mental illness. So I sorely wish that there was some version of it in there, because it is a core component of what makes Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, which is why I wrote a very quick set of rules, which you can find over on our Patreon blog for free right now. As I say, everything that we put up on Patreon is free, and it is worth going over there and having a check. Just type in the word stress into the search box over there, and you should find it. In fact, why don't I just do a quick link for LAWhammer Patreon while I'm here? So that means at least if you wish to go and have a look at it, you'll know where you're supposed to be going. Let me just grab the link for that. Control C, and I'll just pop that into the comments like so. So that's the link so that you can go have a look at it yourself. So yeah, I do have thoughts, and that is they should probably be there. Hey, Alexander. Name greater demons. How aware are people about them? They're not. For example, does Teclis know? Oh, I see. Teclis is different. Who Kyra says, or does he go, oh, look, that one has 2 heads. Yeah, I think the first thing you need to be aware of is that the demons are not anywhere near as regimented and as as homogenous, I suppose, as you'll find in the tabletop miniatures. They are all very different. Very, very, very different. It's not a matter of that one's got two heads. It's just another scary greater demon. And they are all different in a variety of different ways. But are there stories and legends about individuals? Absolutely. I mean, the most obvious, if we're dealing with Teclis, is the greater demon that has plagued the line of Anarian. If we take a look at good old Nakari, greater demon of Slanesh, that has been dogging that line for, I'm getting shaked fists from Lindsay over the other side of the room because she plays a character who is of the line of Anarian, who has dogged that line and very much wants to eat every single last one of their souls because there is a certain, let's say, pepper to those souls. And has done a pretty good job of it as well. There's very few of that line left alive. So obviously some of them they will very much know. Others that are more obscure, and then we're looking at lost lore that might be held in tomes, demons that may have returned again and again. Someone like Kairos is very likely to have popped up in a variety of places, but even writing its name down is something that is potentially dangerous. But Teclis, being the high lore master of Hoeth in the White Tower of Hoeth, with all the lore gathered that the elves have from across the world, is definitely someone who is very likely to be aware of that. So that is broadly where I would go. As in, named greater demons are going to be unknown to pretty much everybody. But there are going to be certain repositories of lore that hold this information, many of which will be exceedingly dangerous to access or use. Take a look at, for example, the intro trailer where the advisor from Total War first gets hold of the book and what happens to him. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that can put you in a very dangerous place if you're trying to find out about Greater Demons of Tzeentch, for example. So broadly speaking there, Alexander, the vast majority simply don't know, but very well-placed characters like Teclis almost certainly could know. Doesn't mean they definitely do. Right, so moving on, let's skip a few here. So an example of an easy logo, Gelt smiling. Adrian, you can fuck off. Fucking Gelt. I'm looking forward to having a discussion for why the character just bugs me. Hey, Moon Kyle, how does chaos corruption interact with vampires? I watched the Vlad stream, was wondering your thoughts on physical, mental corruption of vamp-like. So for me, and this is very much my personal take, vampires don't really corrupt that way. They corrupt using afflictions. So that's a different system which I have in place for my game, which I use for those who use dark magic. But when it comes to mutation, they are not immune, but they're about as immune as you can get to the vampires. They're outside that sort of stuff. Now, if they did something like consume warpstone, it would have very bad effects. And look at what happened to Nagash. Just take a moment to consider what Nagash became. And yeah, stuff like that's going to occur. But is it mutation per se? Yeah, no, it's an entirely different process. So in this particular case, I would say chaos corruption does not work at all well on vampires in the slightest. It's why I don't particularly like stories that use corruption of chaos for vampires that don't clearly make it obvious why the vampire may be on the other side. It requires more of a personal choice on the vampires front. Vampires in many respects are much more anti-chaos than many people realize. And the world, as at least as it currently stands, and the old world may change this, and indeed some novel or another might come around and completely turn it on its head. Plus, be aware, individual circumstances can do anything. You might get a spell zapped at you, or a mutating breath that just makes you explode. But vampires, they're always going to come back weird and different and unaffected. Given how old many of the vampires are and the amount of warpstone they must have been encountered with, the fact that they're not all massive mutants already shows just how much that it doesn't affect them. So loosely speaking, it doesn't. But there's always examples where it does. One of my PCs is Child of Vlad and Isabella, but is cursed by Nurgle. Nice. Making her a little finagly. Thoughts? Yeah, Cursed by Nurgle is very different to being a mutant. I actually quite like that. I think that you've got a potentially fun character there, particularly if, for example, the bite kills and causes disease wherever your character bites. There's lots of fun things you could do with that. I think it's a great idea. Hey, Yay, Charles! Thank you so much. Oh, you're the best. Drink time. Order my copy of Dark Deeds. Thank you. Honestly, I've fallen in so much love with the LAWhammer stuff, despite only being a moderate Warhammer fan. You guys have strong personalities to make it fun. Thank you, Charles. Oh, that's really appreciated. One of the goals when we were first putting this into place. And if you'd like to order Dark Deeds, our game that's just coming out, you can do so by clicking down into the video description just below, where you'll find a link through to the US and the UK hubs where you can pre-order your own copy. Anyway, that aside, despite only more, one of the initial goals was that we wanted to present something that you didn't need to be a Warhammer fan to enjoy. So when we were choosing who was going to be playing with us, because at the beginning it was me and Lindsay, who was obviously going to be playing because, well, she's my wife and she loves Warhammer. And she wrote the bloody game as well. And Andy Leask, who equally is my business partner over at Roleplay and loves the bloody game because he wrote chunks of it. When we sat down and we said, what do we want to have for people? Our first thought was, well, we want to have a nice mixture of people who are entirely new to Warhammer, people who know a bit about Warhammer, and possibly people who know a lot about Warhammer. We're going to have at least 4 other players, so we like a nice spread. So that's exactly what we have. Some of the people, when they started playing our version of the LAWhammer game, knew nothing about Warhammer at all. Sage, for example, knew next to nothing in the slightest. Kath was not in much of a different place, next to nothing about Warhammer. And that was super fun, where if you compared that with, say, Ed, he knew a bit, Dan, he knew a bit more. And it gave us a nice mixture of different PCs, all of whom had different knowledge. But it also meant that whenever I was making sure that they understood what was happening at the table, anyone who was watching it for the first time would also be able to sit at the table and go, okay, so that's how that works. Got it. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's quite fun. And you would get a sort of introduction to at least our version of the Warhammer world as well. And I hope that shines through. One of our goals was to try and make it as fun as possible for everyone, whether they were fans of the game or not. And it's actually made me beyond happy to actually see that sort of happened. And other people are enjoying it too. Please recognize their existence for the Zotes, says Sharokin. Oh, I absolutely recognize their existence. They're in the game. They're 100% canon in that they are in existing books that Games Workshop has produced that are used by licensees to draw their inspiration from. So, yes, definitely. And are they in LAWhammer? Yes. Have anyone met them? Yeah, no. But they might come at some point. As Hawk Audley says, they're a unit in Total Warhammer. And one of the reasons why they're in Total Warhammer is because they are in core books that Games Workshop produced. And Sharokin, yes, you know Warpstone. Excellent. Yeah, it was a lovely magazine, wasn't it? Moving down, what do I think of forest goblins? Oh, they're super fun. They're my favourite green subspecies, and they're tragically overlooked. I kind of agree, actually. I'd love to see them learn more about giant bugs and critters and fun mutations. The greenskins, the forest goblins, went through an unfortunate period where they effectively were almost made like Native American greenskins, which was not great. With the way their feathers were sitting out there. Oh, man. They moved away from that and they turned them into something super unique and super interesting, super fun. I agree that they are often tragically overlooked, and I do love to see them on their giant bugs and their critters and all their fun, exciting extras. They are super fun. I agree, Phil. I love them. Hey, Mandatus, nice to see you there. If you're still thinking of a Lowerbees logo, perhaps the Tome of Fates with you and Sotek on opposite pages would be suitable. That'd be interesting. Some sort of version of the Tome of Fates. We do need to update the Lowerbees thing because as Sotek is frequently telling me, oh, it's not mine, it's ours, it's not mine. And currently it's very much graphically definitely looking more on his side. But yeah, nevertheless, yeah. Let's drop down a couple. Quintus, oddly specific question, if I may. Of course you may. Have black powder weapons. Have black powder weapons in the Empire and the Derby ones ever been identified as being matchlocks, wheel locks, or using precision caps, or perhaps something else? All of the above. Oh man, it depends on the model, depends on the person who made them, depends on the writing. Literally everything that you can offer has been presented by one version of those. So my answer is, so sadly to say here, Quintus, depends on the miniature designer, the artist, or the writer at hand. Black powder is a problematic subject for Warhammer purely because they have written it differently in almost every other source. They go, haha, it's a recent invention. And then they have their Lustria book, which is set all the way back in the 1400s, and they've all got black powder. They go, haha, it's an ancient invention. And then they got a new book that says they've only had them for the last 100 years. It's a mess, an actual mess. So the answer is, sadly, all of the above. Hey, Lord Master, very stealthy. You're right. I couldn't detect your chameleon skink skills. I completely missed it. And I hope you bought your copy of Dark Deeds. I can't believe I'm trying to tout to you, Sotek. But hey, I tried it. Shuriken, I joked for years about squats returning to 40k quite, and then it happened. And keep mentioning Zotes everywhere until they get a proper return. They will. I mean, the Zotes are super unique, fascinating creatures that are Warhammer, pretty much originals, meaning that the chances that Games Workshop won't pull upon that every once in a while is almost none. Hey, Arthur F. Fisher, where do you think the whiskey makers in Tennessee came from, if not Scotland? Well, quite. And I agree, the Zotes did indeed come back to 40k and Blood Bowl. And yes, you corrected yourself, but I didn't, because it was fun. Right, moving down. These cantrips of the old ones are particularly strong there. I'm sure they are. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about there. I presume it's an early part of a conversation. I shall just move down. See, there's lots of Brotherhood of the Wolf. It's Brotherhood of the Wolf. Is it Brotherhood of the Wolf? Because it's Brotherhood of the Wolf. I've definitely seen Brotherhood of the Wolf. That was earlier there. Andy! Drew Saffer. Pre-ordered. Thank you very much. I'm now going to take another drink. I'm going to get pissed. That was lovely. And if you have no idea what he's talking about because you've just arrived at the stream, this Dark Deeds has just become open to pre-orders right now. You might go, what is Dark Deeds? It's our funky game of minions working for a dark and mysterious patron as they backstab their way through the different players. It's a fun card game that has been created by, let me just bring it up, good old Mark Gibbons and Andy Chambers. And if you don't know who they are, just Google them. Every Warhammer thing that you love is almost associated with them. And I can't express how happy I am to finally be bringing this game out, because Mark and I worked on it for freaking ages. Brotherhood of the Wolf did a fun film. Yeah, good. I thought it was. Hey, Heron. Yeah, technically, I don't need that one either. Let's see if there's any more questions. I'm going to see my name pops up. Oh, there's Patrick. What changes rules would you keep or not from your Warhammer rules of your design? Right, so this is fascinating. If I was designing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 5th Ed, I would only do it if I could design it. And by that I mean, the previous attempt to design it was basically a co-authorship, where I wrote what was requested of me, I sent it off, and it came back to me edited, and that was it. That's what went to print. And I would like to be able to actually just do it properly. There was a bunch of things I wanted to do that I couldn't. There's a bunch of things that I would have done differently if I could. So would I keep some of the LAWhammer rules? Some of them, yes. Some of the changes are absolutely worthwhile, but there's a bunch that I wouldn't use because they are designed to complement the 4th edition of the rules. If I was doing a 5th edition of the rules, I would be stripping out tons of it and building it for long-term play. It would be a very different game. Indeed, I'm actually building a set of rules right now for the Rookery, and it's pretty much doing not everything that I would do for a 5th Ed, because 5th Ed Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay would be a Warhammer game, and I'm not building a Warhammer game. What I'm building is a game that I want to play, which is not necessarily Warhammer. It's a fantasy game. So I do a Warhammer game very differently, but the game that I'm building just now, it includes not just a lot that I've learned, it's included a lot that I wish I could have done. If you want to know more about that, there is over on the, let me just give you a link, Patreon, no, not Patreon, what am I talking about? I'm going over to Rookery. Rookery, let me get Rookery Publications, there it is. Rookery Publications Games, if I go to that one, and go Products, Coil Crown, I'm going to drop a link down for you there. Coil Crown is what I'm building a system for in the background, amongst a bunch of other things as well. So yeah, that'll be lots of fun. Hey Hawk, if you were to make Blackguards, the Goblin Corps style book, bad guys getting forced to work together about Skaven, and you had to pick 4 characters, what clans would they be from? Oh Hawk, that's a toughie. Right, so you really want the ones that are super. So what you'd want is both good antagonists for them and good characterful clans. So I'd probably use Clan Pestilence as my antagonist. So I wouldn't want anything from Clan Pestilence. I'd want Clan Scar because it's fucking awesome. Clan Molder, too much fun with that. Clan Scar, Clan Molder, a Warlord clan, almost doesn't matter which one. Yeah, probably. Oh, I'm really humming and hawing. Clan Eshin. I really like some Clan Eshin in there if I could. Yeah, I want some Clan Eshin. Okay, so probably Clan Eshin, Molder, Warlord, doesn't matter which. And Skyer. Yeah, almost certainly. I'm not going to talk about Curious Geezer because Curious Geezer deserves a freaking slap. Seriously. Me grinning at Andy taking sips. I feel connected. Good. Interesting in this one. I always felt the High Elves were closer to ancient Romans with their ancient monuments scattered throughout the world, and to a degree that's right. It's fair to say, though, that the High Elves, if you're really looking for cultural touchstones, don't necessarily land where most people expect. The High Elves are strongly based upon the Melnibonians from Michael Moorcock's books, which is a ding, ding, ding for those of you playing the Michael Moorcock game. And they, in turn, the Melnibonians, are not just strongly influenced by the British Empire, they're almost a metaphor for the British Empire and everything that it represents as it collapsed in itself and fell to indolence. And the High Elves are not far away from that in a variety of ways. It's great empire that spread across the world and sucked right back again. Now, whilst that was perhaps a grounding influence at the beginning, it has obviously developed significantly beyond that. It took in, and it may surprise you, many Japanese elements. Indeed, when I was going to be working on the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd edition book for the Elves, a book that never actually came out, I was going to get paired up with an author called David Chart. David Chart had worked on some previous Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay books, but the reason that he was being brought in was because he lived in Japan. And he lived and breathed a very different culture, and a culture that he thought could bring some significant benefit to the writing of the High Elves. I didn't disagree, and that David Chart's lovely. But I didn't think that was the right reason to bring in David Chart, largely because I felt David Chart was going to bring an awful lot more other cool. I mean, he wrote so much Ars Magica, you can barely imagine how much he was involved with that. But I've never really felt that the Japanese elements, beyond some visual elements, were that strong. There's also Greek elements. There's clearly an Atlantis, a very strong Atlantis influence on the High Elves as well. But yeah, classical civilizations are very much a part of how they're presented. So yeah. Race the gnomes from Blood Bowl, so where they're smoking their pipes is canon. That's true. There's an old lord of gnomes in Albion, so that's absolutely true. So even if they're wiped out by the goblins, sure they can be on that island. And yes, absolutely, David Jones, completely agreed. Hashtag dark greeds, I agree. Hashtag dark deeds. There's a West African benevolent mythical creature called the Nomo, which are humanoids with fish-like legs, lower torso, and fishtails. Do you think this would be a benevolent group of fishermen? Absolutely could be. The fishermen are, though, so poorly written, they could be almost anything. Thorek, hey Andy, I was reading the core book again. Yep, and stumbled on the income and expenses section. It says that if I don't bank the money, it could vanish. Yes. How do you do your economy in your campaign? Right, so that only is if you're doing downtime. And this is this was not just an important rule. I would argue, for all it's an optional rule, it's a rule that you should do, because what PCs tend to do is that they save in a way that is wholly unrealistic. They just go, well, I'm not spending me money. And they don't. Where real people go out and buy burgers and buy themselves a new pair of shoes. And they meet someone that they like and they go out for dinner. And they spend money. That's just what we do. So this rule was put in place to show that when you're not doing the day-to-day running of your game. So, for example, session 1, you attack this guy. Session 2, you're over there. Session 3, you're investigating this. Session 4, you're over there. Session, then you stop. And your players go back to their life. So the PCs are doing real life shit. If it lasts for at least 3 weeks, then you're going into proper downtime. A month's worth of time has passed. And all of the money that you've accrued just gets pissed off the wall, because that's broadly speaking what most people do. You obviously can get extra money because you've got your job and you've got various endeavors. Plus, if you want, you can save it. So you can go and bank it if you wish to do so. But if you choose not to save your money, then that's your choice. You're not saving your money, and your money goes because you're spending it in brothels or heading yourself down and gambling in a local Ranelden gambling den. So 100% behind that rule. It does its job really well. And in most play, if everybody understands how the rule works, it's smooth. Particularly if you're working for long periods of downtime, where you've got, say, a 4-month downtime. There is absolutely no reason you would still have all your money at the end of that. So yeah, I have no issue with that at all. Now, for my own campaign, do I do this for my one? If we go into a prolonged period of downtime, yes, but we haven't at all in LAWhammer yet. The longest downtimes we've had have been like a week or two, and the whole downtime mechanic doesn't really kick off until you've had at least 3 to 4 weeks worth of downtime. So we've not had to, nor will we do that until we have at least a pause of about a month. And if they do that, then yes, my players will be down to whatever cash they've managed to save and whatever cash they managed to hold on to from doing their jobs, should they do any earning endeavors. So I'm quite happy with that as a general feel. Hey, Shadi Khan, I think Alphonse is a great character. I really should do a piece of art for it at some point. Oh yeah, it gives you an idea for next walk-on, concerning Alaminowith and her curse. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I hope Lindsay's not watching, because uh-oh. Where can fans send you gifts, not money, but physical gifts? Hey, Mantis Man, I mean, if you desperately want to, all of the Rookery products have got our address on it for Rookery Publications. And Rookery Publications is where we are, because it's at my home address. The business is registered here, and our office is currently getting built, which is going to have a nice little Rookery sign sitting on the outside as well. So if you've got any of Rookery Publications bits, including, might I suggest, I can't believe I'm using that to tout, but hey, you could pre-order this. It's got our address in it. That is really low. But yeah, I'm not sure if the address is up on the website. I'm pretty sure it's not. But yeah, you can get our address is inside the 2 products that we have online over on DriveThruRPG, which I suppose I should mention because many of you won't know about that. We've got 2 roleplay supplements that are sitting up in DriveThru just now, and they're both super cheap and they're both super ace. I was actually discussing these just the other day, and there was a discussion about should we increase the price, because they've been the same price for like 2 years, however long it's been. But let me just grab those. If I just go Rookery. If I do Rookery, that's bound to get us. There's the Well of Bones. Now, the Well of Bones is only $4.99. So go take a look at that. Our address is in there as well if you're on the roleplay side. Mother Hoarfrost is only $3.99. Our address is in there too. I don't often tout our roleplay stuff, which I probably should do actually, because they're both really, really good. And that's not just because I'm saying it, honestly. Well, maybe it's a bit. Hey, Hammond. It's going to be your logo idea. I'm taking a pause because it's coming from Hammond. It's going to be a joke, or is it not going to be a joke? Could be the best thing, could be the worst thing. Let's find out. Beat Elf Vampire Shimon. Fuck you. I beat Elf Vampire. Oh, I'm half tempted to do it just to really, 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 really bug Sotek. That would be hilarious. I love Cast's reaction to the Doom Divers. That's actually one of the reasons why having people who don't know the Warhammer world is so good. She's got a character that knows almost nothing about the Warhammer world too. So it means that not only is her character's reactions real, her actual player reactions are often real as well. And the Doom Divers were super fun. Where is Mordenland? I found it the Reichland Estate world in the World Anvil, but can't place it anywhere. So Mordenland's on a map that we've got online. And I think you'll find that over on our Patreon. So if I pop over to Patreon, I will pull this out for you. If I just dive in. And the map that I'm looking for is the provinces of the Empire. So we've got that. Let's just pop into my creator bit. So the map is up on... if I type in map, that's almost certainly going to get it. So I'll get you a link for that so you can see the map of the provinces of the Empire. Oh, okay. Is it turns? Oh, is this got it? Is this got it? Is this got it? Is it in the corner of the right political map? Yeah, it is. Probably. Maybe. Modern land. Oh, wait a minute. You're asking a different question. So modern land. I just realized what you're asking. Because I was actually thinking of what the province, and it's a different one. So I can open this image in a new tab. In fact, I should be able to just send you over to this one. You should be able to find modern land on this map. Have you seen this map? If not, go look at this map. It's a breakdown of everything in Reichland, and it's got the actual map is freaking huge. Modern land is over in the west of the Reichland. Right beside, I'm busy looking for it right now on the map. And if I can't find it, I will go and find out where the hell it is, and I'll tell you later. But it's definitely in there somewhere. Right, Laughing God. How would you resolve the Duke, Tauber, and oh, I'm fine. Let's have Fishman kill them all, eh? I'm not sure. Laughing God, that's a really interesting one. I'm going to pause, take a drink. I'm going to come back to that one because I'm not actually sure how I'd like to fix that one. Yeah, Anyway, so while we're figuring that one out, Hammond, to correct Lindsay, the guy wrote Skal instead of Skol. So yeah, Andy was right. Damn straight I was. It was actually Faroese. So I'm well up for that. In fact, Skal is quite commonly said up here as well in Scotland. Hey, Sotek. I'm delighted to hear that means I have to take a big drink. Sotek, of course, is a scholar and a gentleman and has pre-ordered Dark Deeds, which I, of course, recommend you all do. Whether you are watching this 2 years from now, if that's the case, and you happen to be watching me rambling on about various questions in 2 years' time, go find a copy. You might find that you'll have to buy it secondhand by that point, depending upon just how many copies we've managed to sell. Hopefully we're on like a second or a third printing by that point. Wouldn't that be lovely? Hey, Hammond, Beast of isn't only from a movie. It's a rather large wolf that ravaged the Baguette countryside in the medieval times. I have totally missed that one. So thanks for confirming that, Hammond. I will be go checking that one out. Which of the non-great Skaven clans is your fave? See, I always have toughies. Whenever someone asks me favorite stuff, I always find myself going, "Oh, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this, it could be that, it could be that. Oh, it might be this one, or it might be that one. You know what? It could be this one." And I end up coming up with an answer on the day, and then like 5 weeks later, going, "Nah, it's definitely something completely different." I adore the Skaven in pretty much every representation I've seen them in. I mean, there's so many good Skaven clans. So I know it's a terrible answer, Gideon, but my answer is, truthfully, I don't have a favorite. What I have is a favorite of the moment. And it'll be whichever one I'm working on, that I'm using, that I'm displaying, that I might have in my game at the moment. For example, we have 3 Skaven clans that are currently working on stuff in LAWhammer. Not that anybody's really aware of that, but they are. And one of them in particular hasn't just become a favorite of mine, it has become a big favorite of mine, but I don't want to name it because nobody knows that they're ones that are doing that right now. So loosely speaking, it's the one that I'm using right now that is my favorite. But beyond that, it's difficult to, nope, I'm definitely going to leave it at that. Yeah, definitely. Hey, Andy, how feasible is a potential relationship between individuals like Tsarina Katerina and Emperor Karl Franz, or, between carts of different races and realms? So, Ariel, this is a really interesting question. How feasible? It's not that feasible, particularly given that these are heads of state that are exceedingly busy. It's the sort of thing that would only really happen in a novel, and even then you'd be left going, you only did that because they're named characters, didn't you? There is no way this would probably happen in real life. They've got their own courts to deal with, and they are figures of such importance that actually getting into a position where you can have a relationship with them is almost none. It's a little bit like expecting two people who work in business getting together and then suddenly they're all fucking behind the scenes. It's not that likely, but these things do happen. So is it feasible? Yes. Is it likely? Given the Zarina's character and given Karl Franz's character, not highly, no. Particularly if you give any sort of token nod to the existing relationships that both of them have in various backgrounds. But I am always of the opinion that a good story overwrites all of that. If you get a really good story where it makes sense, then damn straight. So characters of different species from different realms, yeah, there is always going to be opportunities for that to happen. Always going to be opportunities for that. And that goes cross-species as well. Now, some species, much less likely. Dwarves have a much lower sex drive. Elves have a very high sex drive. Elves, however, also have a very high pride stroke superiority drive, meaning that it takes generally a relatively special elf to even consider someone that is outside their own species. Someone like, say, Alaminoweth in our streams, who has, let's say, had a unique upbringing, which allows that sort of thing to not just be something she accepts as part of her norm. She literally worked as a courtesan and a harlot and in a human city in Nuln, meaning that she has a very different view of sex in general. Plus, depending on some sources, there are various places where elves are known to keep, let's say, human sex slaves and similar. It's not an entirely unknown quantity. So can cross-species things happen? Yes. Does it? Certainly yes. Is it likely between certain named characters? No. Does that make it impossible? Absolutely not. Definitely could happen under the correct circumstances. Hey, the Dreamin'. With the various amounts of starting experiences for the LAWhammer players, I absolutely love that they find them something cool or funny in Warhammer, such as Kath the Doondowers and Forking Barges. Yeah, it was super fun, wasn't it? Black Powder and the Dawi Beards, a disaster waiting happens. They absolutely blinking are. Although I did see a really nice piece of art. I think it was by Mark Gibbons when he was doing some of the concepts, which had a really nice beard shield, which I really loved. Maybe it wasn't Mark. I think it was. I need to go check that one. Hey, Thoric. What would you like to see in a dwarf-focused Cubicle 7 book? Campaigns, something rewritten, new careers. In fact, all of the above. I would really like to see a complete breakdown of the Caracan Corps and how it manifests differently. I would like to see a complete tear down of all the dwarves in terms of how they should work through their careers. Mentioned this previous in the stream. If you go back approximately an hour and a half, we have a bit of a discussion about how dwarf careers could be handled instead. I would like to have a breakdown of all the holds. I would like to have a breakdown of all their stuff. I'd like to have full rune rules. I would like to have all of their cults properly detailed for what they actually are. I would not like to see dwarf priests in the slightest, but I would like to see their equivalents. I'd like to see the Slayer cult, because effectively Slayers are dwarf priests in many respects, although there are some that do things slightly differently. Go check out the in fact, there's more than one source you could check out, but the Storm of Chaos book has got some nice details in there which are worth having a look at. Storm of Chaos campaign book. So yeah, I would like to see basically all of that. Campaigns, I am less interested in, because I would just like to see the dwarfs covered properly. And if you do a campaign, that often turns into not doing the work to do the whole thing, because that requires another whole book. So the first thing I'd like to see is that done properly. Let's get some proper dwarves. Oh, Alistair! Thank you very much. Gonna take a drink. So, as Alistair says, I would like to remind you all that you can pre-order Dark Deeds today, because today it just went up for pre-order. First time ever for our new edition of Dark Deeds. And yes, I'm just holding the box top because I had all the cards out later when I was talking about them. And all our little tokens and the lovely dice. So Dark Deeds, which you can pre-order right now. You might say, where can I pre-order this delightful game that has been put in place by Rookery Publications? You can pre-order it if you pop down to the video description, there. It's right there, the links. You've got a link to the US hub and to the UK hub, and whichever one's closest, go there, go do a pre-order, and you can join us. And if you do a quick post, I will take another drink. And by the gods, I'm going to get pissed by the end of this, but I'm quite enjoying this, so why not? So yeah, that's a thing. Hey, Patrick. Thanks very much, by the way, Alistair. It's super appreciated. Can't say how much of a difference it makes for us, because we're obviously just a tiny team, and we're fully aware that we have almost zero reach, other than me occasionally doing streams, and we occasionally chat out online. And every single last one of you that buys one makes an enormous difference to us. Patrick, if Isabel was infected by Nurgle, then Vlad gave her the blood kiss, he could become curse infected. Each time Vlad was killed and resurrected, he would be cleansed until Isabel affected again. Yeah, I think that's all very fair. And the problem with that as a general... See, it's one thing that I hate about writers sometimes is that they create a situation that looks like you can't get out of it, but they have things that allow them to get out of it. The ring means that Vlad could just go, here, have the ring, dead, you're cleansed, sorted. Now, obviously, the circumstances can allow that not to work, but this is an exact situation that you could, if you were aware of it, easily get out of it. Is Vespasian Cant supposed to be a manual Cant? Not entirely, but there's most certainly a nod there. That was, as I recall, originally created by MVS, Marian von Stauffer, who wrote the Chaos books, the big, huge Chaos books, the Liber Chaotica, and wrote the Liber Necris. He wrote the Realm of Sorcery for 2nd edition as well, at least chunks of the Realm of Sorcery as well. And I'm pretty sure Vespasian Cant was one of his creations. And indeed, it is because of the philosophy that's right at the very heart of the Light College. So, yep, totally. Oh, good to tell me there when you turn away from the mic. It sounds very soft. Yeah, we had some mic issues on this one just the other day. So thanks for pointing that one out. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Drinks. Oh, apparently I need to drink. Hey, laughing God. Congrats on the pre-order. Thank you very much. And the acceptance of your intern. Thank you very much. If those of you who are late to the stream, my daughter just got accepted into university with a really, 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 really good place doing game design art. So she is beyond delighted by that opportunity. She's already got a couple of music offers as well because she studies music too. So where eventually she lands is going to be entirely up to her, but I'm just delighted that she got her unconditional for doing game art, something that she herself has quite a bit of passion for because she's been watching me do it for most of my life. So thanks for that on that one. Are there any talking animals in Warhammer? Are there? No. So not beastmen, dragons, or lizardmen, like a witch with a talking cat. Absolutely. There's all manner of situations where that's the case. You've got to remember that the Warhammer world has pretty much everything in it somewhere. And when you get something like Heish coming along and adding intellect to things which previously didn't have it, sometimes it means that certain creatures that you don't expect, particularly magically saturated areas, can suddenly do things that they couldn't do before. Familiars are not just a concept inside Warhammer as well. They are a prevalent concept. Many wizards and witches and various other magic-using gribblies will have familiars of some type, and that could include a cat that can quite literally talk. So the answer to that is, yeah, absolutely. Totally. So moving down. Okay, Bright Wars the Keys. What do they represent? When do they get them? How do you get them? The lore's pretty vague, and yes, it is vague. So I've written this all out for my game. We have all of the keys and what each one of them does. And generally speaking, that each one of the 7 levels within the colleges, within the Bright College, has got 6 standard keys, which you get different versions of according to how well you enact the various tasks you have to complete to secure those keys. And a last key, which allows you to effectively graduate that level, where you actually have to get all 7 teeth, which involves a much more, let's say, detailed process. Our wizard in our game, for example, recently graduated as a full Bright Wizard of the Order, and it will take quite some time before he eventually becomes eligible to become Magister of the Order. Indeed, he'll need to secure all 7 keys that are required to become a full Magister of the Order. When he becomes a full Magister, he'll be allowed to take on apprentices and teach others how to do bright magic. That's assuming that he even concentrates on that part of his life, because if you've been watching our streams, you'll know that Elric does not necessarily do that. Right, so let me see. Cold Basket already pre-ordered. Yay! There, I'll have to take another drink regardless. Are minotaurs or minotaurs, depending on your preference, just angry anthropomorphic animals that live in the woods? Do they have their own unique culture compared to Gaulers? Yes, they do, and it's been lightly, loosely detailed here or there, and the Warhammer world is broad enough that different parts of the world have got different attitudes as well. There's always been, in some of the older facets of the lore, the idea that Minotaurs are more accepted in certain parts of the south, where they're not seen with the same negativity that they might be seen elsewhere, largely because Minotaurs came from Greece, right? So surely we could have one down there and that'd be okay. You tend to find, though, that they are often just wrapped up with the Gors, particularly because the Warhammer army lists don't really have a lot of space for giving extra unique cultures. So they tend to just make everybody part of the same bigger whole. So that being the case, they are mostly combined with the Beastmen. That's just loosely how it works. I'm sorry to say. Oh, let's just get past that one. That was just me saying that you can go buy yourself a copy of the Well of Bones if you fancy doing so, or Mother Hoarfrost. I don't know if anybody's actually aware of those. They are absolutely great. $4.99 as well. It's not even pounds for the Well of Bones to create an absolutely brilliant location for any fantasy roleplay game. Mother Hoarfrost is a truly awesome creature that can be added to any roleplay game. On that, actually, I have a recording I need to upload for one of those. Now, remember when I say I've got a brain like a sieve approximately 2 hours ago? That's one of them. Let me just song, because my daughter has sung one for that. Just mark that up. Hey, Joe! Hello. There's my other daughter over. You're going to be coming down, actually. Are you coming tomorrow, Joe? I hope so. Aslov? I'm guessing Aslov. Question: how do the Dark Elves keep getting enough elves to keep invading Ulthuan? Because they breed, and they do not have the same cultural issues that the High Elves do. When it comes to, it's cultural. When it comes to effectively breeding. Hey, Mandatus, saying hey to Josie. Quite right too. Right, so moving down. Clan Mors. Yeah, I do like Clan Mors. Mors is fun. Right, so which Warhammer Fantasy character should appear in Age of Sigmar, and why is it Tretch Craventail? What would I like to see make that transition over to Age of Sigmar? There are so many options, and from so many different factions, but which one would I like to see? So I'm going to make it just official characters, so obviously not anything from our roleplay games or anything like that. So we're looking for something that's currently sitting inside Warhammer and has never really made that step over. Right. Ulrich. Still loading. Pre-order. You've already pre-ordered, so I shouldn't really drink again. Still loading. But I agree. Pre-order. Go on. Go check those links. Go pre-order. I love you, Still loading. That was a brilliant one. And Joe, you don't need to pre-order. Poof. I'm going to have a good few copies here. I might give you one because you're my daughter, but it depends what your results are like. The Siege Meister says no discount for family members then. Discounts? What discounts? Hey, Thoric. Andy, are there any dwarf novels you would like to see come out from Black Library, and what would it be? Yeah, we've sort of discussed that over on Lorebeards as to some of the details that we wished had been covered. For me, there's a bunch of holes in dwarf lore that have never really been delved into. For example, Chaos Dwarves. I wouldn't mind seeing a nice breakdown of what happened with Carrick Vlag. That'd be fun. Particularly given what we just did with our stream last Sunday. I wouldn't mind seeing some of the Norse dwarves dealt with and given proper character that's not just stereotypes that are terrible. On the dwarfs, I would also like to see some of the Imperial dwarves properly dealt with, so that we didn't just have the Karakankor ones and the cultural situation they find themselves in, and possibly contrasting that with some that want to try and reclaim what was theirs. There's a few characters here or there, I think, through some of the books that sort of fit that, but I wouldn't mind seeing that dived into a little bit more. Right, so let's see what else we have. Have you had a chance to retcon the names of Araby and End? Would you? Yes. While many names of worms are obvious, let's say that, yeah, I agree. End isn't as bad as some. Araby's Nippon is terrible because Nippon is literally what Japan calls itself. A truly terrible name. Cathay is not really any better. There are a bunch that I would consider. I mean, Araby is not a great name, but they were created for a specific purpose, which was to provide a place for real world miniatures from those areas to come from. Totally makes sense why they exist. They're not great though. I do kind of agree. Hey, Draymond. Sorry, I sent essentially the same message on YouTube and Twitch. I deleted the YouTube one, but apparently it still show for you. Yeah, once a message hits my stream, it doesn't get deleted even when it's deleted over on your side. So I just get them. Hey, Quintus. Given how much we work with fire and explosive materials, yes, how likely is it they would have invented some kind of flame retardant beard oil? High. Very, very high. And it's a bit odd that that's not really been covered with any realistic parts. It's something that, say, a dwarf book should deal with, which is think about their culture, think about where they live, think about what they do, and realize that they have solutions that have not really been considered yet for their life. Are there cross-nation political marriages? There is in my game, yes. For example, Karl Franz's mother in my game is Bretonnian, which is not well known. But yeah, she's Bretonnian. So yes is the answer to that, but not very heavily inside official material because most writers forget that. So where we go now? Darthu's Manservant, thank you. Just commissioned a Thanquol model. What is your favorite thing about him? What about Thanquol? I don't know if you've watched our streams, Darthu Manservant, but if you have, I think the answer I give makes sense. Playing him. Thanquol's the best. I freaking love Thanquol. So I trust you mean you commissioned a paint job on one, and good luck with the paint job. I hope it turns out really well. Do hope that works really well, in fact. Hey, someone's creating a fishman mod. Do you think civilized fishermen use as what do you think civilized fishermen use as crafting materials? That's a question. The first question, I suppose the first question you have to ask is, how do they live? You would have to think of what their constructions are made of and what are their homes like. And then once you've got that, you start building your building materials that they will have. That's one I'd have to sit on. Not too sure on that one. And it's a really good question, Sin. Really good question. Makes me want to start doing some world building, which I don't have time to do, though. Hey, Mark. How likely do you think there will be a Warhammer cinematic series? Maybe Cavill could play Felix and the 40k series does well. Warhammer low. Age of Sigmar is probably higher. Games Workshop's got its core focus on its core systems, and its core systems are currently 40k and Age of Sigmar. That being the case, they are the ones that are most likely to get a proper cinematic series. 40k almost certainly, as we know. Warhammer, I think, is sadly quite down the line, and even then, it would almost certainly just be. I mean, it's expensive. I'd be interested to see if it happens, but I don't think it'll happen soon. Did I ever write any Black Library novels? I did not. And if not, would you like to? Yeah. I went through a period of almost deciding to do a pitch for them, but I didn't for a variety of reasons. I was going to be writing one of their background books. In fact, 2 of them I was lined up to do. That was way back in about 2008, 9, somewhere around there. And I was halfway through all the process, and I was almost there. But there is one thing that I think is worth noting. I did one map for Black Library, which paid almost double what I was offered to write an entire book, which I found a very, very odd situation, given how much work would be involved in writing the book in comparison to how much was involved with the double page spread map that I was doing. It's it's interesting. Hey, Wander Alpha. I hope I'm close. Was Shyish initially the wind representing time, but the presence of mortals made it gain the connotation to death? No. Mortals alone did not do that. The connotation to death has been with it right since the very beginning, and time is a component of that because of the inevitability that runs with it. The whole thing is bound up together. It was never really separated and then became another thing. Yeah, it's always been that and has been almost since the beginning. Although it is worth noting the Shyish to begin with used to have a far stronger Slanesh component to it, where the purple wind was often directly related to a whole host of spells way back when Shyish was very first put together the purple wind of magic. A whole host of spells that would be seen as basically Slanesh spells, which is super fun. And yay, coming down tomorrow. Delighted to hear it for a nice weekend trip. And hey, Josie Law. So, Arthur Fisher says, which Warhammer character you most want to take a road trip with? Road trips are very different to meet. Road trips actually spending time, and most of them are horrible in a variety of different ways. Now, you see, there's a difference here between characters that exist within the lore and are only what's in the lore, which means they tend to be war-based. And if they're not war-based, they have almost no character in that they are walking cardboard stereotypes to use as stage dressing for the next battle that's coming up. Where if it's the role-playing game, that's a completely different kettle of fish. So there is a variety of characters I would love to meet that are in my role-playing game, and they are, in many cases, often characters from the setting. I mean, I would not like to meet Emmanuel, for example, Emmanuel of good old House Leibowitz, because she's a nightmare, at least my version of her. She is a very complicated woman and not someone that I would really like to have to deal with. By comparison, I'd really like to meet Katarina Todbringer. She is a deeply complicated woman, but in a very different way. She's pretty awesome in our game. Karl Franz in my game, I would not want to meet him. Compare that through to, say, Thyrus Gorman, Supreme Patriarchate Colleges of Magic in the time scale, at least for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4. I would not like to meet him ever. Freaking scary. Get out of it. Yeah, there's lots of characters that sit there. Most of the characters that come from the other species are just dangerous in a variety of different ways. But going on a road trip and having fun with, man, I find that particularly tough. If I was going on a road trip let's say it's in the Warhammer world, you want someone who's going to be able to look after you, because the Warhammer world sucks. You're going to get attacked again and again. I'm going to be that scholarly type person who's constantly hiding behind a tree. So I'm going to be the worst person on a road trip for the other person. So who would I like to have along with me? It's too tough. Too tough. I don't know. Maybe ask me again in a later stream. I might have an answer by then. Hey, Heron, it's late. It is. It was fascinating. Thanks very much. We'll be pre-ordering. If you want to get an extra sip in, I will. Thank you very much for saying you'll be pre-ordering, Heron. You rock, and I will get my sip in. I hope you realize that means you have to pre-order now because I have sipped. That's just how it works. No joke. Wise Bathers. I like him. There's nothing wrong with you liking him. I'll be doing a stream about Balthazar Gelt when we hit 10k subscriptions on YouTube for the LAWhammer channel. We've already promised to do that. And a part of that will be why I ended up not liking him. And it's probably not for the reasons that most people expect, but it is definitely a reason that I feel is very real. But no. We need a Dwarf Queen novel. Yeah, that's a good point. There was a model released for Grudge of Drong. Helga, was that her name? Can't remember. Which I was never that keen in the model, but the very fact that it existed was super cool because there was so few models that weren't just the same old dwarves. And yeah, I think that would be quite fun. There's a lack actually of proper consideration for how dwarf society works with its fewer women and how they would actually interact and what they mean. There was a really nice section of the stream that Sotek had with Lindsay. And so if you want to know more about that, go check Sotek's channel over on YouTube, and you will find a video in the Lorebeards playlists with Lindsay and him discussing elves. But the dwarves come up in that, and a really fascinating section comes up in that. And I think that there has not been enough thought made about exactly how they would properly manifest. Hey, fine edition. Love your stuff. Thank you. Was wondering the process of publishing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay supplements. Yep. I saw the Uber's Right starter set in my local Games Workshop, but the supplements seem to be absent from the website. Well, that's really disappointing. So, yeah, the Uber's Right. So I'm not sure what you're looking for here. If you want to know what the process for a full publishing is, I can actually send you to a video, but that video, sadly, is currently behind a paywall. but I will send it to you anyway, just in case you fancy dropping a fiver in that direction. Because I did a video with Andy Leese just last Monday. Well, that was just this week, where we sat down and we went through every single step that you go through when you're publishing a book, in particular an adventure. And we did that over on the Rookery Patreon. And that video is up just now for Rookery patrons who are Brazen Rook or higher. So I'll give a little bit of detail here, but if you are interested in the full in-depth answer to this, there is a video up that you can watch over on Rookery Publications. So I'm going to drop the link in for that there. That's the Patreon for Inside the Rookery. Inside the Rookery is where we chat pretty much once a week on Saturdays for an hour about a subject. And we get people from across the industry in for most of the videos, but for a whole huge chunk of them, it's just us chatting away. And in particular, there is approximately once a month a masterclass where we go in depth into a particular subject, and we did this subject in depth, but very loosely. You come up with a concept, you write it, away you go. I'm not quite sure what you're looking for the process of publishing, as in you said, because of your second sentence there, it does sound a little bit like, well, where have all the books gone? So if you could clarify that, I'd be happy to perhaps talk a bit more to it. So Dwarf Lore should dive into some holes and dig. Yeah, absolutely should. Matthias, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm really proud. Hagen seems clear. Yes, Matty. Oh, if you could do a phonetic version, I'll try to pronounce it correctly, but apologies for that. Speaking of RB, I'm really interested in a particular character, the Gold Magus. That guy's bonker powerful. Yeah, Gold Magus is super fun. It's a bit unfortunate with their only character. Yeah, actually, the next bit in the Zinch Cultist, apparently, which is the bit that's unfortunate, because having your only strong representative be basically a bad guy of someone else's culture, never great. And I would like to have a bit more to that. On RB, the Abbasids were very fond of clockwork automata. Would desert spirit powered combat automatons sit nicely in monstrous infantry? Bloody would. That would contrast very nicely with the Shabti as well. And they've got to be able to hold off against everything that Land of the Dead can offer, because they've been sitting bordering on with it and having wars and sometimes losing and sometimes winning. So they need to have all manner of cool stuff in there that allows all of that to work. Sometimes I feel like the Dark Elves are an afterthought whose role is to serve as a pedestal for Malarian Marathian Cape. I don't think you're wrong. And I'll admit, Phil, that that's perhaps a bit blanket as a term. The Dark Elves have had quite a lot of detail in a variety of novels, in a variety of books, but they are often nothing more than feeders for the primary characters, and the actual society that they've built hasn't had enough depth. The 8th edition book does a little bit more, so that's 8th edition Warhammer, to try and make it look like that they could function as a society, where some books previously had just made them cackling, moustache twirling, ridiculous bad guys. But I sort of agree with you in many respects there. And a nice comment. Mandas says, yeah, Games Workshop is also bringing back the Dwarf King model, is it? There you go. I didn't know that. I wouldn't be buying it because it's not that great a model, but I really appreciate that it exists. There's a lot of the older models that they're bringing back where I'm like, yeah, sure. I mean, I didn't want them first time round. I'm not entirely sure that I want them this time round, but yeah, sure. Are there any mythical creatures from real life that you'd love to see included in the Warhammer lore? If there are any, just some examples. Not the favorite because of the issues of choosing. Yeah, totally. So Gideon, the answer to that is, yeah, Warhammer has got a long history of just taking something that exists in the real world as a mythical creature, porting it over directly, and then with increasing later editions, modifying it until it eventually becomes something that is a Warhammer version of it, rather than being exactly the same. This is not always the case. Take a look at the Karsteins. They're barely beyond the stereotype that they started as. But if you take a look at, say, for example, the Bloodrak Medusae, for example, they're really quite different to at least the source that they were drawing from there. In terms of something that I'd like to see ported over, I would really like to see a lot of the Native American culture. Some of the ideas from there would be beautiful. There's a host of things that I've been doing, obviously, for Nippon that have really captured my interest. African, there's so many African things. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, I did a lot of work on real world mythologies when I was building my Vampire the Masquerade campaign. And that brought me in touch with cultures from all over the world. And left me wishing that games like Warhammer were just a little bit more broader, because the Warhammer world is so exceedingly small for how big it is. Just take a look at the old world as a single example. It's about, what, 5 or 6 cultures, when the real world equivalent is like a good 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 cultures. With these, heck, half the country's got multiple cultures written all the way through them. And the Warhammer world always feels small by that. So if I was actually going to bring in something like that, I'd rather just build in more stuff for what's already there. If I was writing for them, I'd focus on the slave force and try to show that they're more than dark humor punchlines. Yeah. Completely. Too much to go into there. But the answer for that one is how would the Aeonian army be different if I were writing it? Completely. I was not, without casting any shade on the writers for those who wrote the Lorelorn sections for Fantasy Roleplay 4. I didn't like it. It wasn't at all what I would like to have seen for the Aeonier. Now, obviously, I've got a bit more of a stake in this one because I recreated the Lorelorn elves for Fantasy Roleplay 4. I created the Aeonier effectively, and I had a very clear idea for what the Aeonier were and what the Lorelorn were. I had a whole story built up. We were in place to organize it, and obviously I left, so that didn't come to pass. So thus, I didn't like it, not because it was bad. I didn't like it because it wasn't what I wanted it to be. That was it. It's not their fault in any way, shape, or form. So as I say, I'm not casting shade in them in the slightest. It's just not what I would like to have seen. So if I were doing it, it would be very, very different. There'd obviously be similar things. You're going to have archers and wizards and various things that are going to look vaguely analogous. But broadly speaking, it would be a very, very different army. Very different. Yeah, very different. The more I think about it, the more different it would be. Right, so let's see, a road trip with Gelt. Road trip, I'm not sure I'd really want to be traveling with Genevieve. That could be very, very dangerous. So, have I seen the Chaos Rising film? Yes, I was at its premiere. Thank you very much, Sotek, if you're still out there. Appreciated. I took Sotek's place because Sotek couldn't make it. I'd be very interested to hear your opinions regarding the depictions of the Norscan raiders. The raiders, not necessarily Norscan, assaulting a fort held by Grail Knights, and peasant forces, and the creature. Okay, so I really enjoyed it. I didn't really enjoy it because it was perfect or great or they did everything well. I really enjoyed it because they attacked it with gusto and it was super fun. They really were enjoying themselves, and everybody who was there were having the time of their lives. I've spoken to the creators more than once, and we had them on Inside the Rookery. If you want to go and check the Rookery channel, you'll find that we've had a nice chat with some of the Chaos Riding folks. And we had, overall, a lot of fun. Not only that, when I was there, I got a chance to catch up with Adrian Smith. Now, you might know Adrian Smith. You might not. I'll quickly tell you who he is. He was pretty much one of the best Warhammer artists ever. Right up there. He's the best. He'd been working on Games Workshop right from the very beginning. If you think of the original Realms of Chaos books, there's tons of Adrian Smith art in there, all the way through to later stuff where he's doing all the box art for all of the various troops. Adrian Smith has been doing stuff for freaking ages, and I hadn't seen him for a long time. I used to work with him in a company called Target Games, where he was a core artist, and I worked there too. And I hadn't seen him for ages, and we met at the Chaos Rising premiere, and we're like, oh, hi. Didn't expect to see you. That was funny. So, long story short, I really enjoyed it. It was obviously a very low budget affair, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't a whole hell of a lot of fun. Do recommend you go have a look at it yourself. And they've got a Patreon if you want to go check that out. In fact, I am going to grab that because I feel the Chaos Rising people, because they are absolutely lovely, deserve a quick nod. They don't do an awful lot with their Patreon. It's more just them gathering money so that they can do more videos. But I strongly recommend dropping by them if you possibly can. Hey, Hammond, what fantasy race would you create for modern Scots picks for Warhammer? Or would you add Scottish culture to an existing sub-fashion? No cop-out. All right, so in our game, there's an awful lot of Scottish, as I think about it, subculture running through our version of Nordland. This is very much our game only. If I was writing for it, it would almost certainly be added in through the Albion material. And when we were planning the Albion book we were going to write, there was definitely going to be aspects of that in there. Celtic culture in general was going to be relatively strongly reflected in what we were building for that. So I probably wouldn't make a fantasy race for them because there's no real need to do so, I don't think. But I definitely would go back to a more early version of what the Scots culture was back then. Definitely use that as an inspiration, at least, particularly given many of their myths, which can make for some truly interesting creatures, which I think could be super, super fun. Okay, let's see if we've got many others. Given the time, we're just past midnight on my side. I have a couple of things to say. Number one, today is Dark Deeds pre-order day. But here in the UK, it's coming to an end because we're just passing midnight. But that doesn't mean that wherever you are in the world, it has come to an end. So if you're sitting, say, for example, in the States, listening to me warble on as I slowly but surely come to the end of what is an extraordinarily long stream and a far longer one than I expected. And you're thinking, you know what I'd really like to do? I'd like to support those lovely guys over at Rookery Publication. And I would like to buy myself a copy of Dark Deeds. You can. You can go pre-order it right now by popping down to the description in YouTube. If you're not on YouTube, go find us. You will find us in LAWhammer. And find either the link that goes through to the UK hub or the link that goes through to the US hub. And you can pre-order your own copy right now. If you don't know what Dark Deeds is, go watch our stream again. I've discussed it a wee bit here and there, but loosely, it's a card game for 2 to 5 players where you all play minions in the service of a, well, rather nasty patron who has sent all the minions out to do dark deeds in the city. A fantasy city, not unlike, say, Altdorf. Good times. A fantasy city, and you've got dark deeds to enact. Good times will almost certainly follow. It's a super fun game. So, to answer Hawk's question, I'm actually really quite excited to get back to it because it's been a long time. This PC can't run it anymore. I can't open the file. This PC, for anyone who doesn't know, has been dying a death. My other PC, the one that I bought to replace it, was going to be going out and getting sorted immediately, but we had delays in the build, so it got put in storage, so I don't have it. This one is dodge. It can run streams, it can barely open files. Mapping is really hard. It keeps on stuttering and crashing. So I'm really looking forward to getting back to it. We're about, I don't know, 3 weeks away, maybe 4, depending upon how long it takes to finish off the office out there. Why did the spider lady that cursed Snorri knows about her help Felix? I thought she was Bellacor's side. That's a question. Hey, hello. You know what? I think there's been a surprising amount of Gotrek questions and Felix. I think I'm going to delay this one and say that it might be worth good old Sotek and I properly having a good go of Felix and Gotrek, because there's obviously a ton of books there. And there's a ton of material that's both old and new all wrapped up together. And I think it would make a fascinating study into how Warhammer has changed through the eras as well. So, loosely speaking, is Sotek still out there? Oh, it's a comment from Sotek. I think that's something we should probably do. If you're looking for where to find Warhammer Roleplay books, they're sold by Cubicle 7 or drive through our online, not Games Workshop. Totally true. And of course, the inevitable, hey, where's Queek? Doing the inevitable, it's almost done. It's almost there. And it is, there's a lot of work in building a video like that. Don't worry, he will get there. It is definitely coming. My spider lady question was too long. Yeah, it was a little bit. There does move over. So, hello. I think the best way to answer this, as I said, is for us to have a proper dig down into the characters, because there's more there than you might initially think. Thunderbirds would indeed be crazy. I did a map for a game called Far West. I think it was called Far West. It never actually happened. So my map just ended up giving them money. And sadly, the people who created it never even gave me the money because they just did not do well. So it was, for me, a job that could have gone better. And it was very much a learning point, because I was a younger man then, about making sure your contracts have got proper kill clauses. So clauses for when things don't turn out the way that you want to ensure you get paid. And that was super enjoyable. We had all manner of things like different fantasy versions of dragons and thunderbirds, and some of it was just gorgeous. But it was a mixture of East meets West in a variety of ways that I'm kind of sad did not actually get finished. Yeah. Anyway, right. So let's see. Is there anything else? I need to move up towards an end. It's one of the reasons I didn't want to answer the full snorry one, because I'd have ended up going off on one for some time, and we need to. Oh, I do have to call this one up though. What would you do change to make the Ever Queen's role more relevant? She is meant to be the rule of Elven, but it pisses me off. Indeed, we were discussing. We weren't discussing. I was sorting out. We were discussing earlier in the thread about how I'm currently working on the Elven paths, and part of that is rewriting some of the earlier stories so that there's a bit more relevance for the Ever Queen and who she is and what she represents. Yeah. So there's definitely more that I would like to see there as well. I think it's very poorly handled. So hello, just to make sure we I will carry this one, but I think we'll do it when we pick it up later, because I think that's the best bit. So did you? Yeah. So I think this is a really interesting one. And I'm not actually sure how to pronounce your name. Jacka Diego, one or the other. Jacka Diego, let's see. I'm quite aware of Polish culture, and I'm quite aware of the Winged Hussars, and I'm quite aware of its inspiration for the Winged Lancers. And it's one of the reasons why I got rather peeved when Games Workshop started trying to say that was just Russia, when they were attempting to describe their version of Kislev, because Kislev is clearly not just fantasy Russia. It is fantasy much bigger than that. A variety of different cultures have been drawn upon, including this. So yes, I am quite aware of it, and it was quite the thing. Hey, Drunken Mystic Ironlung, thanks for the stream. Indeed, thanks in return for holding out for what is almost 4 hours. You are quite frankly the best. Thank you for saying you'll pre-order. It's deeply appreciated. It will make a huge difference for us. Hey, Singemeister, I use Photoshop. Hey, Michael Estupino, you're gonna pre-order, yay! Thank you. Cheers. And I approve of this comment. Encouragement post to pre-order Dark Deeds. Thank you. You rock. I think that's actually a really good answer there. Hello. It is Fantasy Slavs. And it's just unfortunate that most of the writing has been conducted by people who didn't necessarily get that, meaning that it has been a weird mixture that often draws too heavily from one place or not enough from all the other super interesting Slavic cultures that could have been included. It's a little bit disappointing. I would just like to reinforce this from Gideon. Honestly, a Native American culture based on the Pacific Northwest native cultures for Naggaroth would be super cool, and it absolutely would. I think there's a giant hole waiting to be filled over there, and if it doesn't happen, I will be very, very sad. Is the Everqueen line a series of fakes like the Phoenix King line, Ariel being the real chosen of Asia? I don't think so. I don't think so at all, in fact. If you take a look at, just say, for example, Alariel, and even if you look at what happens with Alariel and Isha and Ariel at the end, I in no way are the Everqueens fakes, and I would also argue that to agree the Phoenix Kings are also not fakes. I think that could be described in a far better way. Just bringing up there from Hawk Audley, do I have an ETA for the Coil Crown? I think that's the title. Will it be available? Or if it is, where would one find it? So we have a couple of, I did links to a couple of the small taster supplements that we released. That was Well of Bones and Mother Hoarfrost earlier in the stream. So you'll find that in the comments list somewhere above. That gives you at least a taster. We don't have an ETA. We have finished quite a lot of it, actually. We're currently in discussions for exactly how it will be released. And I don't want to say what I hope will be the answer in case those discussions don't run through. But a lot of work is done. And I do mean a lot. Yeah, it's really cool. Antagonistes, a lot of the time you really feel like they write the story just to give a quick happy background for the miniature they want to sell. I mean, yeah. Hey, this is Master. I did a write-up to him for the native. Interesting function for Warhammer. I could post a link if it was interesting. Yeah, sure, go for it. It's a bit generic, but, you know, generic is often where these things start. Drop it down over in our Discord and we can pop it in through there. Hey, petition for Aroth, the new god of love for AOS. Cheers to that. I think that's a good place to end, Hammond. Right, so I'd like to say a couple of things to end our stream. First, thank you so much for hanging out with me for 4 hours on our lovely Dark Deeds pre-order day. It's been super fun. We've got to chat about a whole bunch of different things. If you did manage to pre-order Dark Deeds, you have all of my thanks from the very depths of my heart. I fully accept that not all of you out there can pre-order because you might be in a position where you are currently poor or you just don't fancy the game or whatever. That's totally cool. And that's not just cool, that's great. Just thanks for watching. It's been super, super nice to have you here and just to hang out and chat. And if you enjoy these streams, do tell us over in Discord because this is our 3rd random Q&A that I've dropped. And I always feel a bit guilty doing them because it's just me rambling on. If any of you find them useful, do please tell me because I'll do more. But if you don't, I'll probably stop doing them and do something else next time. So it would be interesting to know if they are in any way useful to you all. It was, for me, an awful lot of fun. And that's not just because I have drunk. Now you can actually see the damage you caused on me. That's how much I drunk. This one was just there. So I've drunk about half a bottle of Jack Daniels through the course of the stream. Thank you very much. It was an absolute delight. I kind of enjoy these. Let's see what everyone else drops in the comments at the end. Oh, thank you so much for the stream. Thanks, Quintus, in return. I'm scared. Don't worry about it. Wish you every success. Thank you. And I hope it turns out well. And don't worry about it. Totally understand. It was a pleasure. Thank you for saying so, Garrett. Speaking of dragons, what do you think about dragons from how you train? I'm not going to dump any questions near the end because I'll just go off on one pre-ordering now. Oh, you're the best, Singemeister. Or the Ingemeister. I'm still no idea how I'm meant to pronounce your name. Love your stream. Dark Deeds. Yeah, Dark Deeds Night has been more. More, please. Okay, Michael, I will definitely consider it. You love him? You fucking love him. Well, drunken mystic Ironlung. How can I not? Look, these here. Oh, right. Thanks for saying so. More, please. Oh, more streams like this. Super useful. Lot to learn. Oh, you're all being so nice. Oh, thanks. Oh, that was really nice. And Azazi says, well, got at least half the stream left for next time then. Yes, you absolutely do. Thanks all for the kind words. That's really appreciated. Right, I'm going to call it a night here and finish off my drink. It has been, for me, an absolutely marvellous day because we're finally pre-ordering our game. My daughter has got an unconditional for doing art for game design, which is just beautiful. And I'm relatively drunk. What could we not like? So beyond that, thanks very much for turning up. We will see you all next time. Bye-bye.